All right. There we go. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to go ahead and just dive right into... sorry, I did it again. I always look over here. Episode 3 of our Best Laid Plans one-shot adventure. Thank you guys for hanging out and showing up for this. Just a reminder, the VOD will be live after the session, so if you are able to, if you leave, or if you're watching this later, the entire thing will be on Twitch, and then it'll also be on YouTube, so you can catch it all there. So, that being said, let's go ahead and grab all these guys. Hello.
And I subbed for that, but then they never changed it.
Hello.
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 He was talking things.
I realized that I was caught right in the middle of Jesse talking. I had no idea what he was talking about. I feel bad.
We're talking nitro because somebody needs nitro.
Wait, needs nitro or wants nitro?
Well, if you want my name and avatar thing to be the way it was.
Wait, but we don't need it, though, because we're using this system,
fine.
remember? Like, we were going to do a
Yeah,
different
it's
system
fine.
before, but we don't need to, so.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Cool.
But now he has a bunch of emotes he wants to use through Discord.
But that's a want, not a need. Anyway, hi.
Hi.
chat.
He fell for the
Just-
classic Discord trap. The classic Discord
the classic
trap.
Discord trap. Yep, it's true.
All these pretty emotes. Why can't I use them everywhere? Oh yeah, nitro.
Yep, it do be like that. Geeksterbot, you're wrong.
I was just gonna say, why did the bot say
No,
finish
it's...
session 2 again?
Hold on, let me refresh my...
No, it's definitely 3. I just checked
Okay,
on my phone.
yeah, we're good. Bot's just off, which it happens. I hit go live, realized it, immediately hit like end stream, and then restarted it like a second later. So
That better not break my watch streak.
They probably did.
you were already in it, but it. I don't know actually.
My stream streak is still there, so yours is too.
Excellent.
All right.
Which, by the way, my stream streak breaks so often.
Mhm. It's so easy to break it.
Especially when you roleplay on the same server.
It's true. All right. So does anyone need to do anything before we get started?
I think I'm good.
I hope not.
Okay. Make sure everything's working overlay wise.
Give me a minute. We're going to find out.
Okay. Looks like everything's good there.
You have an ad going.
I do have an ad going, which is why I'm not starting right this second. I'm just making sure everything looks okay as far as overlay is concerned and all that jazz.
That Papa John's ad is so cringe.
Dude, all the
I
ads are
have
cringe. Every
dancing
single one of them.
Cats right now, and it's kind of creepy. Oh, it's a fucking Meow Mix commercial, of course.
Dude, I hate that one. It's so bad.
I think I win when it comes to weird ads. I have an ad for a shaver, and it's somebody shaving his balls.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
I still remember the ad I had from years ago, which was like an ice cream ad or something. It was just a woman like essentially licking it.
Ugh.
What
the
the
heck?
I was
heck?
like, I don't want to watch that. Like,
Yeah, no.
fucking ice cream advertised like in like a kid's way.
Yeah, give me an ice cream truck with a stupid little jingle and the kids running to go have their sweet tooths satisfied.
Da 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 da.
Exactly. All right. Does so all right, we're good to go. Let me go ahead and pull this up.
There wasn't any sharing your streak, because of course there was.
All right, I'm gonna swap playlists here. There we go. All right.
It's been a while.
It has been a while, so I'm just trying to make sure I have all my stuff put together. Something
That
running
makes one of
naked.
us.
Well, okie dokie then. All right, real quick, I just want to make sure everything's working. Can I get a quick D20 test roll from all 6 of you in Roll20? Or from your character sheet over to Roll20, that's fine too. I just want to make sure
I'm
that
gonna
my overlay is pulling it. There we go. I'm seeing numbers pop up.
I'm hearing a lot of bloop bloops.
Yep, I see a 6. I see a Talina. I see an Othwin. I see a Grigor. I see a Dax.
Oops.
Yeah, my
Character, my bad.
Beyond is still not working. So
I'm using visible dice, so I've removed the plugin because it was glitching all over the place.
Yeah, the plugin is
my
not as
favorite.
clean as I would like, so we'll definitely be doing something cleaner in the future once I have the funds and the ability to set it up. But
This works
I
good
can
enough.
do this.
Yeah.
Oh. Roll 20 broke. What the hell?
I mean, you can literally just do a slash like roll 2d6 or
Never mind.
something.
It's my
1d20.
mouse that's broken. I don't know why I haven't used my mouse in like 2 weeks because I'm on a road trip. But I come back and it's broken now. So like the actual click, it sometimes clicks twice.
That's fun.
Oh, we love that.
Mm-hmm. All right, there's Merrick.
That's not how that's done, but yeah, it works.
I mean, that's not how it works, but it's fine. It shows up.
There we go.
Cool. And then Melon, are you all good on your end too? I don't see you in here.
Where?
I don't see you in roll 20. Like I don't see a roll from you.
Oh, I rolled first.
Why can't I see you?
Oh, shoot. Hang on. I know what happened. I have to hit that button. A nice average roll to start the day.
Okay. All right. Cool. I can see everybody. That's what I wanted to check. All right. So, where we last left off, our party had successfully fought off the river monster, scared off its little minions, sent them packing out into the river. They had, had a little bit of a kind of post-battle scenario there on the riverfront. They were then approached by Spitwick, the small gnome, who did not get off to the best of starts with Dax. Were then led off into a secret alleyway deep in the heart of Riverside, where they officially met Casivus, the pale-skinned, purple-haired, purple-horned tiefling, who got to know them a little bit and then offered them some work. Offered them a very simple, by all accounts, very simple task of finding a companion of his who was finalizing some plans for schematics for a ship, as he was a shipwright here in Riverside. And the group is being tasked with going to collect the plans and return them to Casivus. Simple enough. However, they needed to wait until the plans were complete, so they spent the day meandering around Riverside, as well as the rest of Daroon, doing a little bit of clothes shopping. Dax got some new armor. Talina found some little knickknacks in the Curio Emporium, as well as came across a strange barrel of unlabeled, random, seemingly potions and tonics and things of that nature. Got those. Alexander was able to take a little bit of a rest back in University Row and try to do some research. Othwin slept pretty much the whole day because her little bird body was all tired out. And Basil and Dax also got themselves a little bit of a respite at the Crooked Crane, which is the inn that Basil is currently staying in. Afterwards, they were all approached individually in various means, told to reconverge on the Lucky Tankard Tavern on the riverfront of Riverside. It's there that they were given the final information that they needed to then head on over to the shipwright run by a Grimes, actually, who is the colleague of Casivus, and they were told the plans were ready and they could go over and speak to him and try to collect the plans. The group then made their way westward along the riverfront towards this seemingly unlabeled, just large warehouse-like structure. As we went over last time, and this is kind of where I'm going to a little more into detail, because for those of you who were not here last time, right at about this point of our last session, I had to cut it very short due to a real-life emergency with my fiance. So I kind of speed run this. Yeah, we kind of had to speed run this part of it. So I'm going to kind of back up a little bit and give everybody the rundown again. So it might seem like I'm repeating myself, but there's a reason. So as the party is traversing their way westward along the riverfront, they found this large warehouse-like structure. It's very, very tall, several stories tall, 3 or 4 or more, very, very wide, and it seemingly just kind of runs out into the river and overhangs part of the river. Knowing that this is a shipwright, it makes perfect sense that this building would be the shape that it is, that it needs to house or at least partially cover a full-size ship. The party was kind of standing around the front of the warehouse and kind of taking in what's going on as far as the surrounding area. The layout of the land. They realized the doors are closed. The 2 large, about 2.5 to 3 story tall doors and about 20 foot wide total, so 10 and 10, are closed. Dax, however, decided she was going to take a peek inside the warehouse through one of the windows that's off to the right or left of the doors, and they sit about 8 feet off the ground from the bottom of them. So Dax was able to climb up on top of some barrels and some boxes and peek in to the inside of the warehouse. She spotted inside. You spotted several just workers. They're not really doing anything, suspicious or out of the ordinary. They're muttering. One of them's over working on scribbling on some parchment. Another is sawing a couple pieces of wood with a handsaw. And in the distance, you can see two more that seem to be discussing something over another large piece of parchment into the back left of the room you're looking at. So what I will do is to give you guys a visual for this. Give me 1 second here. I will go ahead and show you what you're looking at. Okay. Give me a sec. I got to drag you all on the board here. So give me 1 moment. I got to remember how to do this. Where the heck are you guys?
Ooh, battle map.
Yes. So I think if I just do this. Yeah, okay. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, cool. I got all you guys. Okay. So you guys are basically...
We are still looking at the city map.
I know.
Okay.
I wanted to get you guys set up before I drag you over here. Okay, so...
There we go.
Yep, so you guys should now be looking at... make sure that the stream can see what... Okay, so it should be... Wait, is it supposed to be pitch black?
This map has fog of war enabled.
Whoops. Okay, well, that's fine. Let me fix that. I see my eyes closed. Okay, I get you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do this. So, Dax, you would be able to see... You know what? We're just going to do this way. We're going to make my life a little bit easier. 1 second, because I didn't realize I enabled Fog of War. So give me a second here.
And then the game master said, "Let there be light."
Yep, there's light. All right, let me adjust this. Oh, hold on. You can't see yourselves. That's awkward. There you go. There you
Who
guys.
needs to see
You're outside.
themselves?
Okay, there you go. Now you guys should be able to see relatively easily. So what you're going to be able to see, Dax, inside this room is through the window. You can see there's there's a worker right over to your immediate right who's working on some parchment. You can see one over here who's cutting a piece of wood with a handsaw, and then over here you can see two more that are discussing some things over a large piece of parchment. You can obviously see that there are several lanterns scattered around through the room that are casting enough light, along with a lot of moonlight coming through the very open side that faces the river that is spilling light in. So even though it's nighttime, thanks to the moonlight and lanterns, it's actually relatively bright in here. It's obviously dim, but it's not daylight, but you can pretty much make everything out more or less. And those of you who have dark vision, this is basically, you can see perfectly fine. It's not pitch black by any stretch. So anyways, as you're looking into this warehouse, trying to get the lay of the land, and mind you, these doors right here are technically closed. They are not open, as you see on this image. As you can see into this room, it looks normal. There's nothing going on. It looks like, okay, these guys are just in here working. And right before you're about to pull away from the window to speak to the rest of your party, you see emerging from the water slowly and quietly right here and right here, two obviously different sets of hands just slowly coming out of the water. And they appear to be, from this distance, you can't make out any details because it is kind of dim and it is from a distance. But you can definitely tell this set of hands, and they're coming up very slowly, not making any sound, not splashing the water. And they're gripping the edge of the dock tightly as if they're about to pull themselves up, essentially, is what you see. And do you relay anything that you're seeing to your group before anything progresses?
First off, can I tell if they're like human? So like, are they human color?
Yeah, from this distance, by all accounts, they look humanoid. It could be a human, it could be a half elf, it could be a halfling. They clearly look like 5 human-like fingers on each hand.
Okay. Dax would go ahead and turn around and not shout, but say it loud enough so that they could hear. That she thinks that there's about to be trouble, and she relays basically what she sees. So the entire layout that you just described.
Okay. So in that case, as she relays this information, you have a general visual, like, okay, I kind of understand it's sort of a U shape, and there's a person here, here, and here, and that there's these hands coming up out of the water. So what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna go ahead and have everybody roll for initiative.
Yeah.
Yep. So go ahead and have everybody roll. Let me do the thing. Where's the thing? There it is. Turn order. Okay. Let me go ahead and actually.
Ready?
But
wait,
the
how
doors
do
are
I,
still closed, right?
How do I,
We don't have control over our own characters, by the way.
you don't?
Nope.
I can control mine.
You
I don't
should.
have control of
I
mine.
don't have control of mine yet either.
I don't
What?
either.
Hold on.
Me
What?
neither.
Please bear with us as we.
I was gonna
deal with
say,
technical
there's literally
difficulties.
no reason you shouldn't be. Are you guys logged into your Roll20 accounts?
Yep.
Yeah, you have to be
Yeah,
in
that's what I
order to
thought.
access the
Otherwise, we
campaign.
can't see the table at all.
Yeah, I was about to say,
okay.
otherwise we can't access the campaign.
I don't understand. You should be able to. Oh wait, no, you're on the right layer. They're not.
Why don't you understand, Neon?
Oh my gosh, I figured that's so dumb. I hate that it does this. Okay, hold on.
Oh, you fixed the tokens last time.
Yep,
You didn't update them back to the
Give
character
me
sheet.
a second. I figured it out.
Yeah,
It's
I-
silly,
I
but
got right.
yeah.
We ready
wait,
to
we're-
roll these?
Wait, are we rolling initiative now?
Yes,
Yes.
please roll initiative. Yeah.
Yes.
Yay, I didn't get cucked over by a terrible row.
No, I did.
Dirty 20?
Nice.
Wait.
Okay.
Why didn't mine get added to the turn order?
Mine didn't either.
I
I think it's because my token isn't associated to
Mer-
me yet.
No, it's
Mine
not
is.
that. It's not that. It's you have to. As you hold U or something. How did it work again? Remind me, Tyro. There's a way to do it.
Yes. There. Well, if you use Roll20 to roll your initiative, not
Mm,
beyond
That's why. That's why.
20, then it adds it. But alternatively, Neon can just drag box select the ones who don't have initiative, and then it's a hotkey that I don't remember, or right click add turn.
But to
Yep.
say, I used
That's it. Thank you. One
I
second.
used Beyond 20 last time we
Mhm.
did initiative,
I
and it
think I did
I
it
did.
too.
I was gonna say I just used Beyond 20 and it automatically added
That
me.
might be something that broke then in one of the recent updates, but that's fine because I can do this. So Basil, you rolled a 20. Well done.
Yeah.
let's
It was control U.
Merrick,
before,
Othwin, Grigor, you're all in. Basil, so I need to get Dax. You got a 18.
And I rolled a physical 19 in case anybody's hovering over my text box and go, that's not a dice, that's just math.
And then-
Basil is rigged. I want
I
I want him checked for steroids.
You want the barbarian check. Okay.
I want the barbarian checked for steroids.
Yeah, check for steroids, not enhance ability or anything. Just whistles in magic.
Check his gym schedule.
I mean, he is just that scrawny little guy that suddenly can wrestle a sea serpent.
Okay, and remind me what gets when I roll for initiative on the baddies. Remind me again. It's a D20.
Dexterity.
Okay, thank you. Oh, jeez.
So
Alright.
we have a roly situation between
No, we don't have a rolly situation.
Merrick and yeah. Well, we have two players that rolled a 10.
Oh,
Alexander
okay.
and
Yes.
Grigor.
So in that case, you two can roll rollies. We're going to
What does that mean?
roll. It means you're both going to roll a d20, and the person with the higher roll wins.
Oh, okay.
It's literally just you roll. That's it. And then, yeah, Grigor rolled. Yeah, so it'll be Grigor and Merrick will roll just a straight d20, and whoever rolls higher gets to. I'll basically change you to an 11.
Or just
So-
a 10.1 in case you have an 11 on your baddies.
Okay. So, no, the baddies didn't roll an 11, so we're good. So, okay, so in that case, what I'll do is I'll just actually bump Grigor down to a 9. It'll make more sense that way. Okay, there we go. And we're just gonna, I'm gonna do the baddies as a group instead of individuals. So I'm going to. Why is
Hey, I
Tlin-
have 2
wait?
turns.
Why is Tlina in here twice? Hold on. What the? That was weird. Okay.
We're professionals, we swear.
Yeah, we are, just not a D&D. Kidding,
We're-
kidding.
Okay.
Actually.
So everybody has their initiative. So you guys, because you guys are essentially getting the drop on these mysterious hands that are coming out of the water,
We
you guys get
advantage.
you guys get advantage. You guys get to use this one full round to do whatever you'd like before they are actually on the map and get to take their turn order.
So, quick question, real quick.
Okay.
So when you say they're like reaching over, are
Not really over. Picture this. So the floor of this room is a dock.
Yeah.
So there's a distance between the dock and the water. In this room, it's not as high as it is in the rest of the docks. Like this
Mhm.
dock is probably about the dock that like this dock here, the center area, it drops down. So that dock is probably about 4 to 5 feet off the water. So the hands that you're seeing coming out are fully extended from the water line. And from your visual, you can see the hands come above the dock, and then they just grip the edge, like you can see it gripping tight, like they're going to try to pull something up. Does that make sense?
okay? So we can, but we can only see the hands. We see
From
nothing
your
else.
angle, you can only see the hands, yes.
Okay.
Well, the rest of us have only heard of the hands.
Yes. And you can only see ones here and here. So you guys get one full round, starting with... Actually, let me add that round thing in here. I got to remember how to do that. Hold on. There we go. Round...
And then put +1 in their turn count.
I should probably sort my thing or whatnot. Because it's
No.
not in.
Neon should sort it, because Neon has DM control over it.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, what am I... Say it again, I'm sorry.
You gotta get the
Hit
other
board
things
button.
in there too.
You mean to say what?
The creatures.
Oh, they're in there.
If we can't see their token, we can't see their initiative, but that's okay. You need
Correct.
to hit the sort button.
Yeah,
okay.
the-
Yeah,
numbers are
but
in the
remember,
right
you guys have advantage. You guys can't see the token. You guys can't see the initiative because you can't see the tokens because you guys still have initiative. All you can see is the hands.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because you guys have the drop on them because they're not out of the water yet, and you guys got there right when they're basically the hands are visible. So you have one round to do whatever you're gonna do, but you guys can't see everything yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why. That one was intentional.
So
Did I catch it correctly? Also, you said the doors are closed, so we cannot see anything.
Yes, Dax right now is the only one who can see in there, but these doors
Yeah.
are closed. But by all accounts, the doors aren't locked; they're just closed.
As far as we know.
As far as you know, yeah.
Use the barbarian as battering ram.
I was gonna say I am fighting
Just
the
pick
urge
him up and
to-
smack him against the doors.
I am fighting the urge to just be Shrek in that outhouse and go somebody. I'm fighting the urge. With this knowledge,
Mhm.
Just looking at the group, we should probably knock and get them on alert.
Is that what you want to do? It's your turn. You get to go first. I love it. Actually, I just realized.
So
there
pound-
we go. So
Pounds on the door, hoping that they at least perk up and look around.
Dax, are you still looking through the window when he pounds on the door, or are you down from that ledge yet and you're with the group?
No, I'm still looking through.
Okay. So as you're looking through the window, you hear Basil to the left of you pound on that door, and it echoes through this very open chamber. And you basically see this guy and this guy raise their heads, and both of them, in some way, shape, or fashion, turn to look at the door. And you see this guy kind of sigh, and he makes his way over to the door. Just kind of saunters over. Hold on, how far is that? Out of curiosity, because I didn't even... Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So yeah, he comes over to the door, and you hear the sound of a piece of wood kind of sliding. And it's clearly so latch. It's not a lock, but it's like a... And then the door... And these two very large doors open a little bit, and one opens a little bit more than the other. And behind it, you see a very plainly dressed worker, some sort of a craftsman. He's wearing basic like tunic and pants, nothing elaborate. Looks a little dusty and dirty. He's got a brown leather apron on, and he's got his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He's got his hair pulled back into sort of a ponytail, and he's got a pretty big, thick, bushy beard. And he just kind of slaps his hands together, kind of looks at all of you, kind of confused, and just kind of raises his eyebrows. Can I help you?
You may want to let us in and look behind you.
He raises his eyebrow and kind of looks over his shoulder, and he doesn't see anything because he's not looking hard enough. And he looks back. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Yay, my -1. I am surprised.
Not bad. All right. Well, he kind of looks at you all kind of like as a collective group, and you are probably the strangest thing he's seen in a long time. And so he just kind of looks at all of you and glances inside and kind of shrugs and, all right, I guess. And he takes a step back, and he kind of, as he steps back with his other hand, he kind of pushes the door so that it opens in such a way that the door on this side, again, it's about 10 feet wide. It basically goes from about this doorpost here to about the middle. So it's 10 and some change. Yeah, exactly. And he kind of like ushers that if you guys want to come in, you can. He still looks very confused. And for the record, before anybody says anything, I know typical combat rounds last about, 6 seconds? This is obviously, this particular section right here is a little different. It's a normal encounter as far as like interacting with somebody. So it's not a true 6 seconds. This is going to be a little bit longer, but for the sake of the game, you guys are in initiative order. So
good.
Yeah. So door is open. He's kind of motioning for you guys to come in if you want.
Basil would look behind, usher in everybody else behind him. So enter. I gotta remember.
Yeah, you guys can all, even though it's initiative order, you guys can all move in as a group. It's perfectly fine. Whoever wants to go in.
Before Dax does anything, would she, if she wanted to, be able to open the window? Is it a window like she could open if she wanted to?
No, this window wouldn't have any ability to open. It's just a simple frame with panes of glass in it that's just there to let in light. This particular window doesn't open in any sort of capacity. And if you open this, you'd be breaking the glass essentially.
Well, there goes my plan.
Sorry.
We all of a sudden just hear shattered glass as it actually
yeah.
crashes through the window anyway.
I mean, maybe you'll just have to wait.
I say it's not. Dax is up next. So, okay. So the group, you guys all enter in as a group. That's perfectly fine. The gentleman here just kind of looks around at you all and says, what can I help you with? I mean, you understand where y'all are at, right? You looking to buy a ship?
We're looking to meet with a business partner of our boss.
Uh-huh. And who might that be?
Your boss.
My Teague?
Yeah.
Oh, well, why did you say so? And he takes a step, and you can kind of see him crane his neck a bit, and he's looking out in this direction. And you see him, and he kind of points to the back, and you see he's pointing at this gentleman here. And from the distance, you can see that the gentleman that he's pointing at from this distance looks a little bit different. His hair is down. He has a different color tunic on. His sleeves are still rolled up as well. You can't really make a whole lot of detail from this distance, but you can tell he obviously looks a little different from everybody else. He's back there. It looks like he's talking with one of their fellas. You might just give him a minute, unless it's, what is this about?
We can wait. That's all right.
Uh-huh.
Also, hands, and she just points at the closest pool.
Point right here. And so as you say that, so what we're gonna do is, before we go any further, so Basil, you did that. You came inside. So that's basically, you're gonna be the equivalent of your turn for this section. Dax,
makes sense.
Yeah, Dax, what is it you want to do real quick before we move into pointing out the hands?
Dax is going to break the window.
Wait. So the door that's open 5 feet to your left isn't good enough. We're gonna break a window.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna roll. We're gonna roll 2 rolls here.
Just move the leg.
First thing I'm gonna ask is, how are you planning to break the window? Are you just pushing? Are you smacking it? Are you trying to jimmy? Like, what are you doing to break the window?
She's basically gonna take her elbow.
Uh-huh.
And is it like a full window, or does it have like panes?
It has panes. So this window is very, very tall. It's basically, so the bottom of it that's basically at about your little less than your chest right now because you're standing on some boxes. The bottom of the window is about 6 to 8 feet off the ground. The total height of the window is about 10 feet. It's a very tall window, but it's only about 5 feet wide. It's basically these tall, like, they're basically designed to just let light in, right? So, but the way that it's designed is it's about, like I said, 5 feet wide. So 2.5 feet in is this center divider that goes all the way up, and then there's panes that make up those little sections all the way up. Does that make sense?
So she's gonna take. So her elbow has like a piece of armor on it. So she's basically gonna take her elbow and ram it into one of the panes as hard as she can without hurting herself.
Okay, so to remind you, this is a 2.5 foot wide pane. It's not that big.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
just making
so
sure. Okay.
She's gonna break
Okay.
one of the panes with her elbow.
Okay. So in that case, I want you to do. Are you trying to hide this maneuver, or do you just want to break the window?
She's gonna try She's gonna try doing it, hiding it. But if they find out, they find out.
Okay. So in that case, I want you to first roll me a strength check to see if that you can break the window. But I mean, let's be honest, it's glass and you're using full force of your elbow with armor on it, so I'm not exactly worried about this.
Where is my strength?
As our YouTube friend Cherry Everything always says, well, glass is glass and glass breaks.
Mm-hmm.
And
Technically
it's not like
speaking, there
Gorilla
is actually an AC for glass. I remember seeing it the other day. Where did I see that?
There's an AC for a lot
There
of
is.
things.
Yeah.
And it's actually one of my favorite techniques that I may or may not
yeah.
used in the
Object
future.
armor class. Technically, if we wanted to actually, you know what? Instead of doing a strength check, we're actually going to do this. So hold on. So
Okay.
you're actually lucky because that strength test is horrible. So we're going to do this the other way. So I want you to roll an attack for me, but it's going to be an unarmed attack, which means you're only rolling. What is it? It's
Unarmed.
yeah. Oh yeah. If that's right. I forgot. They give you that as a thing. So you're going to roll an unarmed strike. I'm actually using my DM screen for the very first time because that's where this thing is listed. That's just the attack, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a hit / DC.
Interesting. Okay. So
I fail.
yeah, you do fail actually. Okay,
Just
first
hear a
off, I want to
thunk.
clarify: the AC on glass is way too high for D&D 5e. That's like,
What is it?
It's 13.
What the fuck?
It's 13 for an AC for glass. That's insane.
I mean, you try punching glass.
That's true. That is true. But she's using her elbow, so
With a piece of armor on
with a piece
it.
of armor, yeah.
I
So
think glass back then is super thick.
That's
wasn't
true.
it?
Yeah.
that's actually a really good point. So okay, let's do this. I'm gonna give you because you're using the armor and you're using your elbow, like the whole, like everything involved. You're not just like walking and punching it. I'll go ahead and give you an advantage. So you can do one more roll because I agree that 13 is kind of high for glass. I'm gonna roll with it because that's the way 5e is. I'm gonna roll with it. But okay, there we go.
That's
Okay.
better.
So Dax is over here, and you guys are walking. You realize Dax isn't following you, and then anyone who's still near the door is gonna hear a nothing, and then a and the glass breaks. Now I want you to go ahead and roll a stealth check for me, and see if you're able to do this in a way that. Oh, okay. All right. So Dax is back there. She and the second strike just goes right through the glass. So your elbow goes right through that pane. It shatters. It falls into the room. And you were trying to be kind of like, you weren't trying to like just barrel roll your way through it. And so as you do it, it shatters and the glass like cracks and everything for a minute and then like falls in. And you hear it kind of splinter and crash on the other side of the window. You can't really see where it's going, but you can tell it's not going very far down, so it doesn't make a very loud noise. And the only person that really seems to take notice is the guy who opened the door for you. You kind of see him turn around and look in that direction. He's like, what was that? And he kind of looks, and from his angle, he doesn't see anything. So he just kind of looks in that direction, kind of confused, and kind of cranes his neck a bit. And you guys can see he's looking in the direction of where Dax just busted a window. And he looks like he's interested, but he's not made any attempts to go over there yet. Okay, so you've broken the window. Now what, Dax? It's still your turn.
The 5 other strangers are too.
Yeah, he was just this guy doing his tasks 5 minutes ago, and now there's this very strange group of eclectic people.
Now that she's got a pane broken, she's gonna go ahead and she's gonna take an arrow and get it in her bow, and she's gonna point the arrow so that we'll be able to go through the pane that she broke.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. So you're prepping and you're basically holding an attack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're holding an attack. Where are you aiming anywhere specifically? Because I believe when you hold an attack,
I'm aiming towards where I see the hands.
Which one?
I'm
this
aiming...
one or this one? Closest or farthest?
Closest.
That one? Okay, cool. So,
yep. And I'm waiting to see something, a bigger target.
Okay, sounds good. So, Dax, you are waiting in the back with an arrow knocked, ready to go, waiting for a revealed target. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to Talina. Talina, you already started pointing out the hands before. Walking in and kind of pointing that out would essentially be close to what you'd be doing with your turn here. Is there anything else that you'd want to do in conjunction with pointing that out? Because we're going to go ahead and say at this point that what you said a second ago, you just said, by the way, hands, and you pointed towards the pool. Anything else that you would do in conjunction with that?
As I point at the pool, a 20 by 20 foot cube of blue light that is like 20 feet from the water level upward.
Okay.
Of like faint light, like orbs, globes, whatever, and they seem to be gluing themselves to whichever object is within that cube. As I'm casting Fairy Fire.
Okay, so you're casting Fairy Fire. Now, all right, so break that down for me again. A 20-foot by 20-foot cube.
Yeah, so I'll read the spell text. So each object in a 20-foot cube within range is outlined in blue, green, or violet light. I chose blue.
Okay.
Any creature in the area where the spell is cast is also outlined in light if it fails a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. So is it one cube, or are you doing multiple spots?
No, it's one 20-foot cube.
So I misunderstood. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So all right. So and show me exactly where you're casting it.
20 by.
So you're doing basically
20 by 20. Yeah. That.
Oops.
Well,
sorry.
that's a cube.
Hold on. I didn't think it was gonna.
That's
square.
That is a big cube.
That's a big cube. So are you casting it right there?
No, it's 20 by 20. This is a 10 radius. So this is the size.
Okay.
It's still big.
Yeah. So that and then
20 by 20
from water level 20 feet up.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you're casting it right there?
Yeah.
Okay. So
basically like centered on the middle of that.
I just want to point out the very odd fact that the barbarian with dump stat charisma is the one that talked to the guy, and the bard is doing an immediate action.
I'll be honest, the DC for talking to the guy to get in wasn't all that high, but regardless, that's still pretty impressive. Okay, so anyone had that cube? You said any? What was it? They were outlined in light. What was outlined in light?
Yeah, they're outlined in light. Well, any object is outlined, so the pier is outlined.
Okay.
Any creature in the area needs to roll a dexterity saving throw.
That's what. Okay. All right. Dexterity saving throw. Okay.
And if they fail, they'll be outlined in light as well.
What's the DC on the dex saving throw?
That is a good question that I'm looking up right now. Give me a hot minute. 13.
13. Okay.
Did you just potentially give us wall hacks?
For that little box, yeah.
Give me a second.
That's what that is.
It's better.
Okay.
Oh, it gets better?
It gets better.
Oh god.
So one of them failed a dex saving throw.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go. So you guys can make out the very clear outline of a human man, dressed in some sort of leather-like cloak, and hood of some kind. You can see there's a hood because obviously there's the outline going on. So you can't see color or anything, but you can tell that there is some sort of leather garbs, hood, and a human man, standard height, that is basically at this point clinging to the edge of the dock. And from the outline, you can see this person's trying to hold themselves on the edge of the dock. They're not pulling themselves up yet. They are holding there. But because of this fairy fire, you can perfectly see them, like you said, wall hacks through the floor, hanging right there.
Yeah, so it's not quite wall hacks. It's just their outline is lighting up.
Yeah.
So
Now.
it's not going through the floor, but we can see like their hand is obviously glowing.
Well, no. Well, actually, yeah. I'll say this. This guy rolled a nat
They
1.
shed light in a 10-foot radius. They're
Well,
going to be obvious.
I just mean this guy rolled a nat 1. So like you can.
Oh,
my point is
fair.
you can see this guy as if he's right there. Like you can see him through the floor. Like for some reason he is just illuminated like a beacon. But that's all you can see.
And
So just double checking. Can they tell that we can see them?
Oh yeah, they can tell that they're glowing.
Okay.
Oh,
Cool.
We have
I just wanted to
advantage
double
on them,
check.
by the way. And they have we have advantage against that creature or object if the attacker can see it, and the affected creature or object can't benefit from being invisible.
Okay. So you said you have advantage on this guy?
Yeah, everybody has advantage against that creature, and it cannot go invisible, or he cannot go invisible, I guess.
Okay, so let me go ahead and I'm going to put a little marker so I know you guys have advantage on him. So we're going to go ahead and do, we'll do a little green to show that you guys have advantage on him. Okay, so you have advantage on him. And then he knows that he's aware that he's visible right now, correct?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, anything else that Fairy Fire does I need to be aware of?
Not just light. Like everything in that cube is lighting. Is
Okay.
making light.
Cool. So yeah, anything in
Slightly
that cube
brighter
is
blue.
perfectly illuminated in a soft bluish glow, and then you can see the faint outline, or not faint, very clear outline of this person hanging from underneath the dock. What are they outlined in any specific color I need to be aware of?
No, just like the same color of blue as her hair.
Okay, perfect. So there you go. So Talina has just cast Fairy Fire right there, and as she does this, all of the workers in the room all look over, very perplexed as to what's going on, and then at the same time, everybody can see that there's somebody hanging underneath the dock. It's at this point that this guy goes, "What the?" And so he basically slowly walks over this way. This guy slowly walks over this way, and these two kind of are now looking in this direction, very confused. All right, so that's
I did say to look behind you.
Yep, but it's like as she said that,
Yeah.
that's when like you can now see that person there. So right, we're on Merrick's turn. Merrick, what are you doing?
I have a question to those who know better regarding holding your action. Is it possible to do that kind of because the normal way I would do it is like, okay, if he moves, then I like attack, right?
Mhm.
But is it possible to do it in a way that like if he reaches for a weapon or if he starts casting a spell, I attack?
Technically, yes. If you want to hold an attack, when you hold an attack, you basically get to determine more or less what triggers the attack. So, for example, when I was asking Dax earlier, okay, she knocks a bow, what are you waiting for? She's going, I'm waiting until the target presents itself as a larger target and I release my arrow. So the second that person is visible above the dock, Dax gets to fire her arrow because she already had her turn and is holding her attack. So in this case, if you want to say, hey, I'm going to cast, missile strike or something, you can do that. But what you do is say, okay, I'm going to use this attack, but I'm going to hold it until the person is up and then does a thing. And so it's up to you to make that to make that trigger essentially that will set it off.
Okay, so I am going to hold Firebolt
Okay.
until that closest dude that's the cloak and has the green thingy, until he pulls out a weapon.
Okay.
If he doesn't have a weapon in hand already, or until he starts casting a spell. So if he does those two things that would provoke me and think he's actually about to attack, then I will firebolt.
Okay. All right.
I will also add, and I don't know if this is a full rule set or it's up to GM discretion.
Uh-huh.
Holding a spell may or may not actually use the spell slot, but I believe that should be left up to GM discretion.
It's a cantrip.
It's a good thing, but Firebolt is a cantrip, so it's not going to waste it anyway.
Yeah. And the way that
but,
I
that is a
run
good
it,
thing to think about.
Yeah, the way that I run it, I remember, I think I brought this up last session too. I will not charge you a spell slot unless you actually use the spell. So you can the way that I perceive that is you're charging the spell up, like you're prepared to cast it when the trigger happens, but if the trigger never happens, you never release it, so you're able to kind of like reabsorb that energy is how I kind of visualize as a spellcaster. If that makes sense.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. I don't think it's fair to punish you guys. Say, oh well, your trigger never happened, so you still burn a spell slot because you decided to use it, and it's like, well, no, you never actually cast it. You were prepping it, whether that was an incantation, whether that was a charge up, a stance, something, but you never actually released it. So in my perspective, you won't burn a spell slot unless you actually use the spell. So no worries.
Cool.
There. Yep. So
I just wanted to bring that up.
Nope, you're good.
So it was, understood by everybody.
Yep, I appreciate that. Okay. So Merrick, you've prepped that. You're holding an attack. Do you want to move at all, or you want to stay where you're at?
I am Scheiße. I'm staying where I'm at.
Okay. All right. In that case, Grigor, you are now up, my friend. So you're kind of at the back here. So from your position, because of the fairy fire, you can clearly see that there is some sort of person that is hanging from underneath the dock right there. And you've seen two of the dock workers kind of approach that area. And you've seen Merrick kind of position himself. It looks like he's preparing something. And then Talina cast that spell. What are you doing?
Rigor would also move closer for a better vantage point.
Okay, go ahead and move where you'd like to move. Make sure you keep it to your move speed. Okay, so you're up next to the worker there. Anything else you want to do besides move?
Prep a throwing dagger.
Okay. So are you holding the dagger like they're holding their attacks?
Yes.
Okay. What will set off your attack?
As soon as the illuminated guy vaults up.
Okay, so same as Dax as soon as he's visible. Okay. All right. Anything else you want to do, or is that your turn? Okay. All right, little Othwin, it's your turn. You can see everybody kind of preparing for something. You can see that somebody's hanging under the dock. What's she doing?
Let's see. She's gonna move over a little bit first. About here-ish.
Okay.
She can clearly see the hands and people being confused in what they're doing, especially the workers.
Okay.
And if the workers are confused, she's like, bad person. Got it. So first, we are going to bonus action spiritual weapon.
Okay, all right.
We're gonna throw it as a shape of a magnifying glass.
Hold on, let me see if I can find a magnifying glass.
That's awesome.
I love it so much.
I love how her spiritual weapon is basically latest shiny she can get.
There's a premium asset of a magnifying glass, but there's not one I can grab. Hold on.
You will notice though, her shiny is not just shinies that she will use. Hence the cookie the first time.
You could just add a token that's clip art magnifying glass.
Yeah, I adding one right this second would be tricky, but I'm gonna see if I can do it. So hold on.
Redirects moonlight into the dude's eyes, blinds him. Just by accident.
Try to catch up on fire using the moon.
I love it. Yeah. No.
He's a werewolf. He's gonna turn.
Oh no.
Oh no, that'd be bad.
That would be terrible. That would be so bad.
No wonder it smells like wet dog in here.
It's literally a wet dog.
All right, hold on. I want to see if this is Shoot. Okay, hold on. This is surprisingly harder than you'd think. So give me a second.
So many things, but no magnifying glasses.
I wasn't expecting this. I'm just gonna be straight up honest.
You should know it's like third session. Expect the unexpected.
Yeah, but like you can't prep for the unexpected. I can expect it. I can't prep for it.
I was about to say after I punted the gnome,
punting the gnome. I knew any ideas, plans, thoughts I had were out the window. I was like, I'm here for the ride now. But like, I just wasn't expecting a magnifying glass. Okay.
I mean, you weren't expecting a cookie
So-
either.
No, but the cookie was easy.
Wait. Was it the gnome kick? Was it the cookie? Or was it
A mixture.
digging into the serpent's intestines?
Oh yeah, it could have been that too.
That was when I recognized I was getting to be prepared for weird story moments.
Yeah, the field surgery scene was great.
No, come on. Why can't I add art? Why am I like just dumb?
You know, just drag it onto the bottom.
Well, because I have to add it as an image, right? Or
It should upload if you just drag it onto the bottom.
Really? Why didn't? Oh, okay. I dragged it into the wrong spot. Well, holy Lord!
Jeez.
Oh boy.
Not that big of a spyglass.
Please
Jeez.
hold.
Hodling.
Othwin getting a close look at this entire area.
It takes.
Just see,
all right,
giant,
the
just
spiritual
see a
weapon,
giant magnifying glass
Just the-
above us.
okay,
and
there
she
we
just
go.
flaps above it.
Does the spiritual weapon only take up a 5-foot space, or is it bigger than that?
It's only 5.
Okay. All right. So where are we where are we putting the massive magnifying glass?
Right above the hands.
Right above the hands? Okay.
Yes.
Well, it can't occupy the same space, but it's beneath it. So yes, we're okay because it's 5-foot difference. So we're good.
Yeah, it's technically flying above
Yep.
it.
Yeah. So there's now this big ass magnifying glass just floating
This
above.
poor dude.
This is an interesting scene.
This is a very interesting scene. Yeah.
This poor guy, whatever it is
He has
just like
no idea
trying
what's
to
going
climb
on.
out, completely illuminated. Suddenly, a magnifying glass is on top of him. It's like the world's most advanced magical security just said, "Haha,
Just
we
said
saw
no.
you."
Yeah. So Othwin flutters over to the railing, perches herself up, notices something's going on. You see her look towards the pool, and then this gigantic magnifying glass just appears floating above where you can see the hands, about 5 feet above the ground, just floating there. What do you do?
She's going to. It technically is his own action, right?
The spiritual weapon, yes. It goes after you. Oh no, I'm sorry. No, you use your bonus action to move it, and it gets if you have to move it within range, and it has an attack.
I'm trying to see if I can do something else and hold its action, like an attack on something with it, or if I just hold my action completely with it.
Well, because your bonus actioning is summoning it, and technically when you summon it, you do get to use it if it's in striking distance. So yeah, you could basically have it holds its action because it's due one. I guess you could. Yeah, I think you can have it hold its action. The memes that you guys are posting in the group chat, I'm dying. The Daffy Duck one just killed me. I'm like, oh my gosh. So, yeah, so I'll go ahead and say that, yeah, you've summoned your spiritual weapon and it's holding its attack until the guy basically pulls himself up. I think
Yeah, when
I
he
think that's
starts
fine.
moving himself up is when it'll attack.
What
his
is it
hands,
gonna
specifically?
All right, well, we'll get to what it's gonna do when we get to that point.
But her main thing is going to be blessing 3 people.
Okay, who are you giving blessing to?
Yes.
We're gonna go with who's all holding something.
Merrick, Dax, and Grigor are all holding attacks right now.
All 3 of them.
All 3 of them? Okay. Is there a range limit on blessing, or is it just anyone within the vicinity?
30 feet.
Let me just double check that. I think
That's
I think you're fine, but let me
I
double
have-
check that. Yeah, Jax would have been the farthest one, so you're good. Okay, cool. So
That dude will be dead long
Just-
before I can do anything
he's
to
gonna
him.
get vaporized the second he's visible.
Because everyone's holding their attack until he literally just moves while I'm holding my attack until he does something dangerous. And I just think he'll be dead before he's
I
even
think
managing
you're
to
right.
do that.
Now, is blessing a concentration? Do you have to
Yes.
have? You have to make. Okay, so you are holding concentration for blessing,
Up to 1 minute. So.
which is where is there? Okay, cool. So you have. All right, so there you go. So you guys are both holding concentration on your spells. Okay, so
That's my turn.
so that finishes all of this. So, all right. So at this point, now that we've finished the first round, obviously you know this guy's here. Well, how do I add? Hold on a second. I gotta remember how to add this. I can see it in the initiative. How do I pull it out of initiative? Hold on. There we go. Okay. So, this is gonna look weird. This,
that little.
give me a second. Give me a second. So, I was just trying to figure out how to get him into it. So yeah, the bad guys rolled a nat 20, and they had a +1. So They rolled really well on initiative. So obviously you guys can see the one that's illuminated there at the edge of the pool, and he's just hanging there for the moment. But as this is happening, the second set of hands that was behind there, you see that person start to pull themselves up, and Grigor, from your distance, you can see this shadowy figure start to pull themselves up from right here, but he's not illuminated. And he's starting to pull himself up. You also then start to hear the sound of water like rushing around and sloshing around, and you realize that there is another individual pulling themselves up here. And that's actually, you know what? Also, and okay, so yeah. And then from your vantage point, you're able to make out some shadowy figures pulling themselves out of the water. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do.
Oh, way up there.
Hold on. Doggone it, I didn't want to do that. Yep, there we go. Oh my gosh. I'm so used to Photoshop where I can click on things between layers, and it just doesn't like that here. So, oh my gosh, there we go. Actually, I do need to roll one more initiative. Hold on a second. I was waiting to do it, and now I got to do it.
I'm just going to point out, it's been so long, I've forgotten names of important figures. So we're going to fly by the seat of our pants for now.
George Washington.
Alexander Hamilton.
I believe his name was John Doe.
And no, I think it's Jane Doe.
John Hancock.
John Wick.
Okay, so as you guys are standing here, and you guys can obviously see the one guy that's illuminated, and you see the shadowy figure start to illuminate there, or start to come out of the water there. You also start to recognize that there's more individuals that are pulling themselves out of the water throughout the room. Let me go ahead and change this so that chat can actually see what the heck I'm talking about here.
Zooming out so I have full view of everything.
Yeah,
I was watching your stream, and I was trying to scroll up on your stream, and I'm like, why is it not working?
Sorry. Yeah, you guys will notice that all the maps I use, because these are all from Chepiku, they build all their maps in a 1920 by 1080, so that you can use them on like a digital tabletop, which is really nice. But unfortunately for Roll20, it organizes them this way, so it just makes them very tall.
Just a quick question,
yes.
Neon. I didn't see you put him, but is this character up here and come out of the water too, or was he already there?
No, he comes out of the water along with these other ones, and so, but all you can tell from the visual from this distance is that those ones in the very far back, they're illuminated by the moonlight, so you can see them, but you can't make out details from this distance. And all you can tell about the one back here is he's dressed a little differently. He looks a little bit more put together, the best that you can tell from this distance. So with that being said, they all get to function as a unit, because that's just how I like to run mobs. It just makes more sense, and it just expedites things. So first thing that we're going to start with is we're going to start with number 1 right here. So I actually got to make sure I put all these. Hold on. I have to make sure I do this, otherwise I will lose track of who's who. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 6.
6 of them? Yeah, there's 6 of the hooded ones, and then there's the captain-y looking one.
Okay, cool. So as this one is there and everything's happening with them bringing themselves out of the water, they're gonna go ahead and start moving. So the first thing that's gonna happen is this is always fun because their character sheets aren't in Roll20, so I have to look at things. Their movements. There it is, speed 30. Okay, so because these ones all had to pull themselves up out of the water, their movement is halved because they're basically, it's the equivalent of like moving from prone up. So they only get to move 15 feet. So the first one, I'm going to save him because we know what's about to happen to him. So we'll get to him in a second because that guy's not long for this world and we all know it. So we're gonna, he's supposed to move first. We're going to wait. So this guy, you see him get up out of the water, and he quickly recognizes that, oh, shoot, there's a big light here. I'm going to go ahead and dive for cover. So he gets up, and he immediately goes 1, 10, 15. So he basically dives over into these barrels right here. And he is too far away to do anything. So he basically dives in, and he's got about half cover right now because of this ledge here. The second one right here, this guy, he pulls himself up out of the water, and he immediately let's see, it would be 1, 2, 3. He moves over here and basically kind of tries to use these barrels as half cover as well. The ones up here pull themselves up, and they move 1, 2, 3. So they move down the dock. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. So all of those guys are basically, you see them, and they're moving very, what's the word I'm looking for? They're moving very, like, specifically, like, it's clear that they're doing something. It's not that they're just acting erratically, but they're trying to be as stealthy as they can in the back. The one up here, he's not acting stealthy. He knows the jig is up, and he's trying to get to cover. This one's kind of got the same, methodically. Thank you. Could not think of the word. This one up here, this guy obviously he kind of recognizes something might be up as well. This guy, oh boy, this guy pulls himself up out of the water, and so he uses half his action to pull himself up. He stands on the edge of the dock, and as he does so, he comes up, realizes he's illuminated because he thought something was a little odd because he was hanging from the edge, and he goes, this is weird. Pulls himself up, realizes he's still glowing, looks up, and as he looks up, you guys can see his eyes get as big as golf balls. His mouth drops, and at that moment, Dax, roll for attack with your bow. Because you're first. You were holding yours first.
Well, I was
forecasting. Okay, remind me. Is it meets it, beats it?
Meets it, beats it, yes.
Okay, so you hit. So go ahead and roll for attack. Oh, sorry, roll for damage, not attack. I'm sorry, roll for damage. Oh, jeez. Okay. So let's see. Oh. Okay. So
is he dead?
Do you get to take attack? Actually, wait. You have advantage against him because he's glowing, so you might crit if you roll again.
You know what? Go ahead. Yeah, you guys have advantage. Go ahead and roll again. Yeah.
Roll again. Okay.
I forgot you guys have advantage on this guy. Everybody has advantage because he's illuminated.
That was damage again, not to hit.
Oh wait, am I rolling damage?
Yeah, you roll attack again because you might crit if you because that's what advantage is. Yeah, your damage is 15. Don't worry about that. That was your first.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you hit him, and how do you want to do this?
Does he die?
Oh yeah, that's yeah. How do you want to do this? It means that you one tap.
She goes for the head.
So all right, okay. So yeah, so he pops up over the edge.
Perfect eye socket.
He looks down at his hands, he's like, what? And he looks up, and his eyes get big, and right through his right eyeball. He doesn't even get a chance to say anything. This arrow goes straight through his eyeball, and you see his head snap back, and with his arm still out in front of him, and his head snaps back, and his body goes rigid, and literally just like in the movies, just slow fall back, and he just goes straight over the edge, and you see him disappear, and then you hear as he hits the water. Immediately dead. Like literally came up, arrow to the head, went down the water. He's gone. He's dead. I gotta make him dead now. How do I make him dead? There we go. He's dead. Okay.
Red X.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So instantly dead. So with that being said, Grigor and Merrick, you see this happen. Grigor, you put your knife back, or you bring it down. You're no longer ready to throw it. And Merrick, you don't lose a spell slot, but you don't. Your spell is it's dispersed basically. You're not going to cast it. So Dax was able to use their attack. That's the end of the bad guys' turns. I'm just gonna call. They're not technically bandits, but I'm gonna call them bandits for the sake of this. So, Basil, your turn.
It was at that moment he knew he fucked up.
Yeah, literally. Like this guy came up over the edge, had 1 second of panic that was then immediately silenced his life.
So, I gotta know.
Okay.
Did Basil see Mr. Jumpy Jump over here?
Yes. Yeah. Because
Go that way.
that square is illumination. Like there is light there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Talina, but that square is illuminated by bluish light, correct?
Not that square, but the items that are here.
Oh, okay.
Those would be lighting a 10-foot radius.
Then in that case,
he is in light, but not bright light.
I just want to know if I saw him go from here and then dip.
I'll put it this way. From there, because of where it is, you would have seen a shadow emerge and then cut left. You wouldn't have been able to make out any details, but you would have definitely seen a shadowy figure come up and go left.
Good enough for me. Now, I got a question again.
Okay.
This railing here, What's the height from my position to the lower?
Oh my gosh. Okay, this is gonna sound dumb. I didn't realize until you said that there was a railing there. I thought that was like just a like. I thought you just walked down to the thing.
There's staircases here.
Yeah, yes, there are. And now that I know this, the height is it's not because I knew that there was a railing here. It's about 5 feet from the deck that you're on to the lower deck. I just literally never in my head connected that there was a railing right here, so you guys can't walk through there. My bad.
Okay, so I'm taking this moment to vault that railing and go towards the shadow figure.
Go ahead and roll me an acrobatics check to see if you can vault this without landing on your face.
I'm probably gonna struggle.
So where are you running again? What's your movement speed?
I was going towards here, 30 feet.
Okay, that's fine.
Basically,
It's
the
25 right
just
there.
below the guy.
So Basil goes to hop over this railing. He makes it to about here, and you see him, and he's like, I got this. And he goes up, and with one hand, he plants himself on the railing, and he kicks his legs up, and his left foot catches the railing, and he goes right over the floor, and you hear, Phew, as he lands face first on the deck below.
Can I try and superhero land to save my sanity and my pride?
What do you mean what do you mean?
So basically, as my foot catches, try and roll midair to land it better.
Sorry, dragging.
Or am I just gonna? Am I just gonna flop?
I mean, technically speaking, that would have been the acrobatics to like go over the railing and land because it's only 5 feet. So there's no time for you to react. It's literally like I got this.
Got it.
And then you see him, you guys see him disappear over the railing, and you hear, and you take 1 point of bludgeoning damage from falling that from 5 feet.
Ow.
Yeah, so you land on your face. You are now prone because you landed on your face. So if you'd like to continue, you can use what's left because you only moved 5 feet, so you still have 25 feet of movement. If you'd like, you can use half of that to get back up. So that would give you, what is that, 17 feet? So basically you have another 15 feet of movement.
And I would use that to get back up?
Well, because you had 25 feet, so if to get back up costs you half of that, which is... I
have a full 30-foot movement.
Yeah. Well, because you
that
moved
25 would have been my limit.
Well, you moved, because you moved 5 feet to here, and then you vaulted, which technically you're basically right beneath it. But for the sake of this, you're here. So you have 25 feet left right there, and then you're prone. So if you want to get back up, you're going to have that 25 feet, which would be sorry, not 17. It's 12 and a half. So you basically have 10 feet of movement left. So you can move another 10 feet from there.
That is good enough for me if I stand up and just move to the square below what I originally intended.
So then from above the deck, you guys hear it. You guys go, ooh, as he lands. And then you see him like stand back up, and then he moves 10 feet.
Still unarmed, by the way.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I get to that point. Do I clearly see this guy in front of me now?
I mean, you could always see him. Now that you're closer, you can make out more detail. And what you can make out, since you're the first person to get close enough, the individual in front of you, he's basically he's not crouched. He's kind of like leaning up against these boxes, like trying to like shield part of his body because he just saw his buddy take an arrow to the head and go down. What you can tell is this guy is wearing almost all leather, like not armor, but like leather clothing. He's got leather pants, leather boots. He's got a tunic underneath, and then he's got like this leather jacket on that's a short jacket. It only comes to his waist. And then his sleeves are well, you see the sleeves basically stop just below the elbow, and then he's got these leather wraps that go from his wrist all the way up just before his elbow. And he's got these fingerless leather wraps, almost glove sort of things. He's wearing a sort of red scarf around his neck that comes out from underneath a hood that he is wearing that is part of the leather jacket. And it has this, as you can see in that image, it's very clearly identifiable. You can tell there's this big leather hood that he wears that's incorporated with the jacket. That's not shielding any part of his face, but it's a clearly identifiable look that he's wearing. And you recognize that in the very brief moment this other guy stood up over the out of the water, he's wearing the exact same jacket and hood. He was just a little differently in the brief glimpse that you got of him, but he was wearing the same jacket and the same hood.
So I just want to point out, at first you had me, oh, he's got greaser vibes. No, he's just freaky.
These guys aren't scary. They look...
No, I mean like all the leather.
Well, kind of. It's different. It's different colors of leather. It's not what you're thinking. It's more of like just.
I'm just joking with you.
Anyways, mine's out of the
Moving
gutter.
on.
Moving on. Anything else? You still technically have a bonus action.
Bonus action. I'm right in front of the guy. With a bonus action, am I able to draw one weapon or two weapons if I want to do two hands?
If I'm not mistaken, technically you can draw a weapon as part of your action when you attack. So I don't think you need to use your bonus action to draw a weapon. But if you want to draw two weapons and sort of prep, yeah, we could say that's a bonus action.
Okay, so right-handed, I will pull up a hand axe, and left hand, I will find my dagger.
Okay, so you have an axe in your right hand and a dagger in your left.
Yup.
And which is this? Just a regular dagger? Because you dropped.
It is just a. It is just a. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just a standard dagger.
Okay. Cool. So then, in that case, Dax, you are up.
It's my butter knife.
But damn, that thing has 80-foot range. That's like. Oh, that's quite a bit.
Do I still have advantage?
No, you only had advantage on that one guy because he was illuminated.
Okay. Yeah. I can clearly see this guy, right?
From your vantage, you can see a shadowy figure approaching. That's just so that was one of the ones that he emerged here, got on the dock, and then cut right. So you would have seen this sort of shadowy figure come up and go right, and you can see him kind of. I don't want to say hiding because he's not really hiding. He's just kind of taking cover behind some of the boxes, but the boxes only give him cover from this side. So from your side, he's basically fully exposed, but from this distance, he's mostly just a shadowy figure.
Okay. Dax would knock another arrow.
Okay.
Immediately pointing it back through the glass pane that she broke.
Okay.
And lining up to hit the shadow figure.
Okay.
Before letting it go.
Okay. So what's the range on your bow?
80.
80? Okay, cool. So your range isn't an issue, but actually, do you have dark vision?
Yes.
Never mind. I was going to say disadvantage because he's shadow. He's like kind of not fully illuminated. But dark vision, you're good. So yeah, go ahead and roll for attack. Watch you just completely one-tap this dude again.
Anyway, I started
Oh!
listening.
Holy... Oh, yeah, okay, you hit. Roll for damage.
we're close.
Dude, Dax was struggling that first battle, and now she's just, okay. All right, cool. Okay.
Okay.
All
Didn't one shot him.
No,
this
didn't
time.
one shot this guy. Didn't one shot this guy. Okay, but
So that's just 4, right? Because you don't get sneak attack.
well, no. From where she's at, she's not visible to anyone on the map except you guys because she's shooting through a window. They don't know where these arrows are coming from. Oops. I just hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. I totally muted myself to you guys. I was saying. Dax is completely shielded from anybody in the room because she's shooting through a 2.5 by 2.5 foot window pane that's been broken. So they don't know where these arrows are coming from. Like the guy that died, he thought for this brief moment, he thought one of these guys attacked him. He didn't realize the arrow came from outside the building through a broken window. So this guy has no clue where she's at. Oops. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Quick question,
Mhm.
because it's been a bit. Does this roll include my sneak attack special thing where I deal an extra 2d6 per turn if I'm attacking sneak?
It probably does. Well, I mean, it does say sneak attack damage 5 plus the piercing damage 4. So I mean, I would assume it's including that. Let me see here. Hold on. So it's not. It looks like it's 4 plus 5. Is what it's just adding a straight 4 plus 5. So
yeah, because once per turn you can deal an extra 2d6 damage to.
Oh no! Wait, here it is, right here. It says rolling 5 plus 1 d0. If you hover over the 5, it tells you that there's a 2d6 added in there.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, it looks like it's
Yeah,
1 plus
that
4.
2d6 is a 1 and a 4.
Yeah.
So it rolled a 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it looks like it is including that. So that means on your other roll, you rolled really good because you rolled a 6 and a 5 on your sneak attack last time, which is why your damage was so high.
Mm-hmm.
So that's stupid good. So yeah, so basically you let loose this arrow and you hear you guys all hear this whoosh of air as it goes through the room, and you hear a as it makes its target and you hear ah, and you see him kind of keel over onto his side. He kind of slumps down, and you hear this wail as it echoes through this very large open air building, and you just kind of hear it ping around the room as this wail of pain from being struck in the side, and he doesn't know where it came from, so he's just like he's kind of scrambling to try to sneak himself further into the boxes. Anything else you want to do, Dax?
Yeah, so Dax, just to make sure she doesn't get seen and keeps up her sneak advantage, she would be able to like duck down, right?
Yes, because the crates that you're on, you could easily like hop down on a crate, and so you basically would be no longer visible through the window.
Yeah, she ducks down enough to where she won't be seen, but she could easily pop back up and shoot another one.
Okay, cool.
And that will be the end of my turn.
All right, sounds good. So now we're on to the leader of the group. So in the very back here, let's see, let me make sure his movement, I got that, is... Okay, it's the same. So the leader back here, he also had to pull himself up, so he gets to go 1, 2, 3, and that's as far as he can go. However...
God, reliving this session and campaign through the memes channel is just gonna be great.
Oh yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay. So, wow. Okay, I can't really do much. I didn't plan. I wasn't. It's funny. I planned this encounter in 2 different ways, and you guys chose the second one that I made, and I didn't think this part through enough. So, it's all good. So he just basically moves. He's actually going to use his bonus action to dash, and so he's going to get another 30 feet, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so he gets up here, and he pulls his blade, and he pulls 2 blades, actually. He pulls this cutlass, and then a dagger in his other hand, and he points the dagger at this individual and points the cutlass at this one. And you can't hear anything from this distance, but you can hear like the murmur of words being spoken between these 3. And that's as much as you guys see them do.
Since Basil is closer, can I discern anything else?
You'd be able to hear from, because you're about, how far away are you? You're 40 feet away.
40 feet from roughly everything, which means it's kind of hazy, fuzzy for my vision.
Yeah.
Because low light and
you'd basically
whatever.
hear the equivalent of, hand him over. Like, that's basically all you can hear, because he's not screaming loudly, and it's 40 feet away. He's just speaking normal volume. But you can tell that this guy is angry, these 2 are scared, and he's asking for something. That's basically what you can make out from this distance. Okay. Talina, your turn.
So while walking up to the edge, I'm not stepping over, I'm just going to walk up to the railing. I just off the cuff ask that one guy, friend of yours? The guy I'm walking past.
This guy you're asking?
Yeah.
And you're asking friend of yours, like, what, in relation to what?
Like these guys that just popped up. Friend of yours?
Oh, okay. And this guy, he looks, at this point, he just watched the 2 take an arrow to the head and a whole bunch of, like, not at all. I'm out of here. And he just kind of backs up, basically, because he's not in initiative order, so.
Pardon me.
What's his?
60. Oh, excellent. Hold up. Let me pull up my vicious mockeries here.
Oh, okay, vicious mockery. Okay, that one's fun. That's less scary.
I was about to say, are we all about to be obliterated?
Well, I was like, dude, recognize that there's 2 bystanders within this like tight radius of this dude.
I have no AoE spells. I have a bunch of debuffs and mental attacks.
Honestly, that's probably not the worst thing, considering you guys are little chaos gremlins. So AoE would probably be dangerous.
I beg to differ.
AoE would be dangerous, yeah.
If it was given to Dax,
actually,
it'd be
that's not
dangerous.
true. I do have an AoE. I cast it already. It doesn't do damage, but
that is true. If it was given to me, it would be dangerous.
Now I want one.
So I point at the grumpy guy
Ogden.
with his 2 blades and yell out, "What's the difference between a troll and your mother? One's a stinkly, ugly monster, and the other's a troll."
All right.
It needs to succeed a DC 13 Wisdom save.
Wisdom. All right.
Also, I need to remember I've used that one now.
What was the DC?
13.
Oh yeah, he rolled a 2.
All right. So it takes 1d4 psychic damage, to which I rolled a 1.
Okay. So
And it has disadvantage on the next attack roll.
he has disadvantage. Oh my gosh.
His mother really
I'm
hurt.
sorry. Say that again. I keep hitting the minus button on my D10, which is also my mute button in Discord. So I keep deafening and muting myself. Can you say he takes 1d4 damage and then what?
He takes 1 psychic damage and has disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Before the end of his next. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Cool.
So on its next turn, the first attack roll it does.
Okay,
is a
and then the disadvantage will go away after the end of his turn.
Yes.
Okay, noted. Okay, cool. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
Let's see.
Oh, you need to roll a you need to roll a concentration check if you want to maintain that fairy fire.
Only when I take damage.
Oh, that's right. We went over this last time. Sorry.
That's alright. Do I have any fun bonus actiony things? I have bardic inspirations, right?
Oh.
Those are important. You know what? I'm gonna inspire Mr. What's his face? Hold on. Notes. Grimes. Mr. Grimes.
You're gonna inspire him? Okay.
Yes. I'm sure he feels inspired by the fact that I insulted the guy next to him.
Okay.
So after that, I just give him a little wink.
And he kind of like looks at you very perplexed and kind of smirks like kind of gives you a little half wave. What does bardic inspiration do?
He gets to add a d6 to whichever d20 he rolls next.
Okay, d6 can be added to any d20. Okay.
Yeah. And it can be added after seeing the roll, but before knowing the outcome. But
Okay.
since you're the rolling it, you already know the outcome.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Only lasts 10 minutes, but I'm sure it'll be fine. And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. I'm just writing down in my little battle log here. Thug 1 dead. Like
Instantly dead.
Okay. All right. So we're now on to Merrick. Merrick, your turn. You're up.
Okay, so because I am terrific at paying attention, so the guy that Basil's next to
Mm-hmm.
hasn't done much,
No.
and I can see everything because I have dark vision as well.
Okay, cool. Yeah, then you would have clearly
So-
seen that hooded figure that matched the other guy's attire get out of the water, run over there, and you see him basically trying to sort of take cover behind the boxes. He has half
Okay, so I saw
cover.
him run out. I saw the guy on the right run out, and they haven't done anything to attack us yet. And then I see the guy that's the top left run out and actually point his weapons at the
Yes, he is.
Sibs, right?
Yeah, he is wielding 2 weapons at each of those individuals, and they have their hands up and they look a little scared. There's this.
Okay, let's see here.
I'm actually using my DM screen tonight. This is the first time I've been able to use it.
Really?
One
Oh,
is
you
a
would
stinking
also
ugly
heard that-
monster, and the other is a troll.
Would he have heard this guy yell in pain?
Everyone in the room would have heard him yell in pain because it would have echoed through this
Alright.
building.
Okay.
How do I ping?
Just hold, click and hold.
It's gonna
Clicking.
be left click.
Yeah.
Okay, so would you say I'd be able to stand here, use these squares for movement?
Yeah, you can have this
Because
is
they're
like
kind of same as rail, but
yeah, no, you basically, if you wanted to stand here, you're basically standing on the deck. It's just because of the way the art style is in the grid, it looks a little funky. But yes, if you're here, if you're here, you're standing on the deck. Because everybody saw
Okay,
Basil's
so
wonderful fail, so everyone's
here-
like, probably don't want to do that.
You don't need
it
to.
can be 2. I am so used to having more sorcery points, but okay. I'm gonna stick to the same plan. So at seeing 2 people threatened with swords, Merrick's gonna run. Let's see, you count 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Just gonna towards them.
Okay.
He's gonna yell, "Run!" Just gonna tell the dudes to run.
Who is he yelling?
Realize
run
a
to?
second later he doesn't know why. To the 2 guys who are threatened by swords.
These guys up here.
Yes.
Okay.
And not sure why he did that, because the next thing I'm gonna do is gonna be counterproductive. I'm going to cast darkness using my 2 sorcery points.
Oh, geez.
Right here.
Right here. Okay. What's the radius on darkness?
15.
And it is a.
Let me read it out. So darkness. Okay, 15-foot radius.
Okay.
sphere that's concentration spell for 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes. Darkness spreads around corners, and for everyone in there, it becomes pitch black.
Yeah,
no one can see through it.
Yeah, it's like a abnormal blackness.
Oh, that's magical darkness, so not even dark vision works.
Correct. Yeah. So hold on a second. I'm gonna see if I can. Oh, I thought I could make it transparent. I can't do that. Nope, I can't. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Okay, so everything within inside that circle, nobody can see. So you go run and then.
Yep.
Just pitch black.
I think it should be bigger though. No.
You said 15 foot, right?
15 radius, no?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think
so. It's like a massive area, basically.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hold on. If I'm not mistaken, that is a 15-foot radius. Okay, no, I'm a little shy. That's a 10-foot radius. Hold on. I can't really see when they're both up. So.
Yeah, it's really confusing when it's squares, but it's also like radius.
Yeah, that's the way my brain's think. I'm like, oh, that's 15 foot. That's 15 foot, but whatever. Okay, so all right, so anything. Okay, geez. So you say run. They turn to look at you, and they can't see anything, so they don't know where they're going. Okay. Hold on.
It's a good thing they looked at me so they know where I'm at.
Well, they did, but like it was at the same time, so it can be super disorienting. And so with that,
do they have an initiative?
Don't think so. Wait. Okay. So we're gonna do this real quick. We're gonna roll a. Did I build this out for Keeg? I think I did. I'm not sure. Let's see here. Bummer.
Oh, did I inspire somebody who doesn't have stats?
Yeah, you did. It's fine. What is that?
Put him in a combat situation.
Well, yes and no. Okay. All right. So, and then the other guy. What's the if you're rolling a perception check? What's the what do you add to that?
Perception is based off.
Is that intelligence?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Okay. All right. Okay. So.
I had to look it up too.
So, as you hear this, and then you see all this blackness appear, and nobody can see anything. You hear like what, what, and then you hear this what, and you hear the sound of a splash. But you don't know anything beyond that point because you can't see inside the blackness.
Here's the kicker: I can see.
You can see through it.
Nobody else can. So, I can see through it. I'm the only one who can.
When that darkness went out, you saw this guy here panic, and he tried to back up, and he fell in the water.
Nice.
And so now he is in the water. But these two stayed put. Okay. Anything else you want to do with your turn?
Oh, no.
That I only have a bonus action left, but that is all I'm gonna do.
Okay. So in that case, we're now on to Grigor.
I just realized that sphere is like going to be complete darkness underwater for like 7 feet at least.
Yeah. So he is. This dude's
That
terrified.
dude is in danger.
He's treading water in complete darkness.
Right now, he just fell in the water. So.
Yeah.
As long as he can float up, he's fine. I guess we'll find out.
All right. Monhold, your turn, bud. Grigor, what are you doing?
Grigor would also follow the railing toward the right side of the.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an acrobatics check. That's the exact same thing Melon rolled. So, Grigor, you turn, you see this happening to the left, you turn to the right, and you're like, I'm gonna go this way. And because you're already up against the railing, you firmly plant your right hand down on the railing and you kick your legs up. And this time, your right leg catches the railing. And you go, whoop, hoot, whoop. And you hear him land face first and take 1 point of bludgeoning damage on the deck below.
We're good at what we do.
Fantastic. You guys are amazing. All right, so you're now prone. So if you want to keep moving, you can use half of whatever's left of your speed to get back up. And make sure you give yourself 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
And then I get up and
Should I think I
go
have 10
around
feet left?
the corner of the levers.
Like this way? Like over here? On hold. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Mm.
All right. Do you want to use your action or bonus action in any capacity?
Nope.
Okay, you can use your action to dash another 30 feet if you want.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so go ahead and you'll use your action and you can move another 30 feet in the direction you want to go.
And dash up the stairs and head up to there.
Okay, so up here, you're 5 feet. Whoa, jeez. You're 5 feet off the deck comparatively to this guy. So you're 5 feet above him. And you do have like some railings and whatnot. So you have essentially half cover up here from anyone attacking you down here. So just for the record. Okay, cool. So that's your action and your movement. If you have a bonus action, you can use it. Otherwise, I think that's your turn.
Yep, that's my turn.
Okay, Othwin, little baby Burb, what's your turn? What do you want to do?
She's gonna get off this ledge here.
Okay.
We're gonna move. I'm gonna move her down. I'm trying to figure out how much I want to move her down.
Okay.
Like 15 feet down.
Okay, now because you're a burb and you don't fly but you flutter, I'm not going to make you roll an acrobatics check for this. But I will say, because you're going down and she has to use a lot of her strength to keep herself from falling, that you will basically get half speed to move down to there, if that makes sense. Because you are going 5 feet down, essentially.
Alright, so...
But you don't have to worry about falling flat on your face. So, that's a win.
You don't have to worry about taking bludgeoning damage.
It doesn't have to climb over the railing, I presume.
No, and I mean, unless I misunderstood, because I was thinking she fluttered onto the railing when she was up there casting her spells earlier, so she's already on the railing in my perspective.
Yeah, I was already on it.
Okay, cool.
So technically I would have more than 5 feet.
Technically, well, yeah, you'd be moving about 10 for her, but it's fine. It's fine.
Hop down
Alright.
to the deck and then hop down into the ground below.
Trying to... Come on, there we go. I'm gonna drop here.
Okay.
First. I'm gonna do math real quick to figure out.
Yeah, you can because you have 30 feet of movement, right?
25.
Oh, 25. Okay, so you basically get to
So I got
move
20 more.
because you get because you have your because you're dropping
it's
down.
half
It's
it.
essentially half. So half of 25 is 12 and a half. So you basically have about 10 feet of movement.
Alright, so we're gonna move in front of him.
Okay. Yeah, he's basically like up against his desk and he's just kind of like doesn't know what's going on. There's this weird stuff happening all around him.
And while we're moving, we're gonna bonus action move my spiritual weapon.
Okay.
And we're gonna move that boy.
Oh, hold on.
It's what? Hold on, let me see. But ignore that. The fucking giant bee popped out of nowhere.
Okay, so where's the magnifying glass going?
I'm trying to figure out how. 20. Okay, he moves 20 feet.
Are we sure we don't want to use that roll?
And it's technically right here. I just had to move it. From
Yeah.
there,
Move it right next. Yeah, right there.
Okay, so you guys see the magnifying glass that was over where the guy got hit earlier, and it just glides over like a little spaceship, and it hovers right next to the dude, and he looks very confused as this thing approaches him.
And since he is now in the feet, why does that keep happening?
And I will say, from this angle, he does not have cover of any kind. Like, I know he said he had half cover, but that really only works for people that are basically down here. But it being right next to him, he has no cover.
I don't like the beyond roll thing.
That's fine. What are you trying to do?
I was gonna smack him with it.
Was that an attack roll right there?
I don't know what roll that is.
So those are both attack rolls.
Okay.
The first one's a
What
20
that
on hit. The second
Well,
one's a 19
either one
on
of
hit.
them hits, so it doesn't really matter. So and then it looks like it does the second. So you. Well, I mean,
what I keep
technically,
hitting is
you rolled the.
the cast it.
I'll leave the first one. I think. Hold on.
I think this is the cast because if you're on D&D Beyond, you have the ability to cast where it says cast.
Yeah.
Because of roll 20 and the Beyond.
Did you click the hit DC button? Instead of clicking the so yeah, don't click cast. Click
I was trying to hit the spiritual weapon to bring up the stats.
Okay, yeah.
And the B kept getting in the way.
I gotcha. So just click the box that says +3, your hit DC. Just click that. There we go. All right, so you attacked for 22, which obviously hits. So go ahead and then click next to it to roll damage.
All 3 of those were amazing.
They were, yeah. All right, so it does. So this thing. How does it attack? What does it do? Does it just smack him, or what does it do?
It's almost like a baseball bat, but like how you swing back, pull back and swing. It kind of gives like that motion.
So you guys all see this magnifying glass float over, and it just kind of floats there, and then you see it like pivot from like where the handle is, like the edge of the handle. It pivots back, and then the metal edge of the magnifying glass, and hits the guy, and you hear it like ring, like through the room, and the guy gets
great.
Flung back into the box, and it's just his head is just ringing.
First we had the one dude screaming in agony from getting hit from nowhere. Now we got aluminum power over here.
I need to change my keybinds.
Now that was a bonus action.
Yeah, because that's your spiritual weapon.
Now, since he's taking damage, she's gonna toll the dead.
Okay, remind me again what that does. It's a cantrip. I know that.
He needs to do a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, wisdom save. Okay, hold on a second. Let me pull him up. Okay, wisdom saving throws. I just roll my. Looks like I'm just rolling a straight d20. Okay, what's the DC?
11.
He rolled a 16.
Damn it. It does not get no damage.
No damage. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So what does the toll of the dead sound like or look like? Like what happened?
Basically what he'll hear is Dolores bells will fill the air around him for a moment.
Okay. So you see him, and as he gets smacked in the head with excessive force from this massive magnifying glass, he's holding his head in pain. And then you see him like clench tightly, like with his hands around the side of his head, and he squints tight, and as he can in his head hear these just cacophony of bells swirl around him, and then it fades, and he kind of looks and realizes he's okay, and he kind of then still in pain kind of looks at you guys. Okay, anything else you want to do, Othman?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, all right, that is the end of that round. We are now on to the rest of the baddies. Okay, so this guy's obviously kaput. So this guy, he is then going to, let's see here. He is going to, all right, so he's gonna, you see him draw a small-ish crossbow from behind his back that was slung over his shoulder, and he takes aim, and he is going to aim at, honestly, from this distance, actually, no, you know what? No, he's not gonna actually do that. I take that back. He's actually gonna pull his, we're gonna back up a second. He's gonna pull his sword. So he pulls a cutlass as well. And for those of you who don't know what a cutlass is, think Jack Sparrow's sword from Pirates of the Caribbean. Has a slight curve at the end of it, but otherwise it's mostly straight. It has a hilt at the very end that has a big sort of pommel that covers most of the hand. So it looks very piratey. And he takes one step forward, and he goes to attack young Basil here, which is, I need to roll. Okay, that's a 17. Does that hit?
Just barely.
Just barely? Okay. All right. So he takes a swing at you, and he is going to deal. Hold on. Okay, that is 1d6, so 5 plus 1 is 6. So that's 6 slashing damage.
Howie.
So he comes up, and he's a little woozy from getting smacked, but he runs up, pulls his cutlass out, and hears shing, and he just takes a swipe at you, and he cuts you right across the front of the chest, and right underneath your vest where you're not wearing any shirt, and you feel the slash go right across your chest, and the hot feeling of blood starts to come over the front of your torso. And I don't believe, yeah. So he just gets that one attack. He is then going to he takes that swipe, and then he is going to run the remainder of his 30 feet, which is going to be, nope, not that. 1, 2. Yeah. So then he takes that swipe, and he's going to book it, and he makes it right over here, and that's the end of his turn. So that finishes him. And then this guy over here, who is just writhing in agony, he's basically after that arrow to his leg, essentially, which is whoever put the meme from Ace Ventura nailed it. He's basically got a knee. He's got an arrow in his leg, and he's in lots of pain. So he is going to pull his. He's not going to want to move because he's in so much pain. He's going to pull his crossbow, and he's going to take a shot at Grigor here. So first things first is I'm going to roll a ranged attack, and it's going to be 16. Is that a hit?
Yes.
Okay, so 16. Okay, now you do have half cover because you're behind that railing, which is more of an obscure to anything.
Wait, a quick question.
What's up?
Dude who swung at Basil is no longer in front of Basil.
Yes.
Did I miss something?
Yes, I said he took a swipe and then he used the rest of his movement to run.
That
Yeah.
stupid guy disengaged.
You're right. No, you're right. I forgot attack of opportunity. Okay, so before he runs, go ahead and you get an attack of opportunity with your melee, but you're unarmed, correct? Oh, no, that's right. You armed yourself with your 2 weapons. So yeah, go ahead and roll for an attack of opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you. I forgot about that.
We will go with the hand axe.
Okay, so go ahead and roll an attack with the hand axe. And you rolled an 11?
11.
Okay, that did not hit. So he is able to get over here.
He slashes at me.
Yeah, so like
I go for a swing.
Yep. So as you go for the swing, he has just darted away, and it catches the edge of his coat, but doesn't actually hit him.
Does the magnifying glass get an attack of opportunity?
I don't think spiritual weapons do that.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
No, it's
Okay.
not.
Yeah, because it's controlled by Oth when it's not sentient. So, okay. So, anyways, back to the situation with Grigor. So the 16 did hit. However, I did say you have half cover because you are behind all that stuff up there, and it's higher. So that actually adds a +2 to your AC. So 16 is what I rolled. Does that still hit with a +2 to your AC?
Yes, it equals my.
It meets it.
AC.
Okay. So 16 is your AC with that +2.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah. So it still hits. Okay. So in that case, so he fires a crossbow bolt, and you hear thump, and you hear release from the thing. Comes up, it hits you, and it does.
So, just to ask and clarify again, because I don't remember from the last time.
Sure.
Is it ties go to defender or attacker?
It's meets it, beats it is basically the way it is. So if
meets it will beats it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it's
on
an
either
AC
way.
of 16, it sort of goes for the attacker. So if I'm not mistaken, Tyro can correct me, but I'm pretty sure that it's meets it, beats it. So if I'm attacking you and I roll a 16 and your AC is 16, that means that I hit you. Correct?
Now I'm double checking because you're making me doubt myself.
Yeah, now I'm literally, as I said that out loud, I'm doubting it too. Hold on.
This is another one of those that could go
Nursery
either
does it
way.
That way.
This is another one that
we
could go
can rule
either
way and just stick with it. But
I mean, we've been doing meets it, beats it, and it would go in
Yeah.
favor of
Okay.
the attacker. So I just say we'll stick with that for now. Then
I just needed
No, you're good. Yeah,
an
you're good.
update
So,
on that.
or no, wait, hold on.
Either way, Basil still got hit.
Yeah,
I'm
Basil
just
still
gonna
got
put
hit.
that
I actually
Yeah,
think
regardless.
because your armor class is 16 with that +2, and I hit 16, which is hitting your armor. I feel like
I didn't mean to cause a big old debate on this.
no,
I
it's
just
not a
wanted to
debate.
know
No.
what
This is also
what
me
rule
learning.
set
So
we
you're
were
fine.
wanting
You're
to
fine.
use.
Let me.
It could be DM discretion because I think Critical
the-
Role does it
I
if
just
it
found the
hit
page in the
that way.
your handbook.
Yep,
If the
I'm actually gonna-
total of the roll plus modifier equals or exceeds the target's AC class, the attack hits.
Okay, equals
Okay.
or exceeds. Okay, so it is meets it, beats it. Okay, so then yes, so that it does hit, and so I need to roll.
I just know that
plus
the
1.
other option is like homebrew option usually.
Yeah.
So this is rules as written.
Yep, so we'll just stick with meets it, beats it. Works for me. And so you take 4 points of piercing damage. Grigor.
Fair, Monol. Fair.
It is. It's the first. I just realized this is the first time you guys are actually taking damage because you melted everything in the first one.
We manhandled
You
the
did.
sea serpent.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so he basically, he doesn't move because he's in too much pain, but he does pull that crossbow. In one hand, he fires it. You see the bolt fly that 10 feet, and Grigor, it hits you in the leg, and it gives you 4 points of piercing damage. And he is, yeah, the most that he's going to be able to do is he's just basically going to slide into these crates and try to give himself as much cover as he can. But he is basically not prone, but he's like sitting and he's like scooching with his legs. And that's the end of his turn. These ones up here are going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, oh, hold on. No, I'm going to come back to him. This guy's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so he gets here. He's also going to fire a crossbow bolt at what?
This is where I scrolled up and saw more of them.
Oh yeah. There's several of them. Which is honestly, considering you guys offed 1 in 1 hit, I'm actually not too concerned by how many I put on this map now. So, this guy here, he runs up. And as he's running, he's prepping his crossbow, and he's going to fire another bolt at Grigor as well, because he's unfortunately the only one in range. So it's going to be 6 plus 3 is 9. I assume that does not hit.
Nope.
Okay, so yeah, he runs up and and it just goes shoo, and you hear it into the wood somewhere back in the corner over here, and he misses, and you hear him probably curse under his breath as he makes it that far. So that's the end of his turn. The other guy behind him, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, makes it here. He is actually, he's going to dash. He's going to use his action to dash. So another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He moves there, and that's the end of his turn. And then the last of the bad guys here, he's going to move, let's see, 1, 2, 3. So he can, problem is he sees this pitch black darkness in front of him, and he's like terrified. So he's going to move up to it, and these guys aren't too smart. So what he's going to do is he's literally going to he's going to pull his crossbow and fire blindly into here. So what we're going to do is, first things first, is I'm going to roll to see if he hits anything.
This guy here is splooshed into the water, right?
Yeah, he is down in the water. He is not on the dock. He's 5 feet down in the water and is in pitch black. The other guy rolled, it was Cox. Okay, so he does hit whatever he's aiming at.
Yes, Merrick's brilliant plan.
So,
friendly fire.
So this dude runs up and just goes, I got this, and he pulls it, and he fires in. And okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll. I'm just gonna simply roll this. I'm gonna do these d20s. Okay. So the bolt goes in, and you hear, I got this. Ah, you bastard! And this guy, only Merrick sees this. This guy takes a crossbow bolt to the back of his lower back from his idiot friend behind him. And it does, let's see, that crossbow does, what is it, 1d8 plus, 1d8 plus. Gosh, that's 8. That's hilarious. Yeah, so you just he just happens to fire in there and hit his buddy in the back with a crossbow bolt. And that's the end of his turn.
Friendly fire.
Yep. Okay, so that's
the best
end,
damage.
That's the end of all the bad guys. Basil, you're up.
This is not even the best I can do with it.
Okay. So first off, I gotta measure something. Oh, shoot.
But you can't see him.
True.
You have no way. You don't know
just
he's
a
back there.
ball of darkness that you cannot see.
Now
Yeah,
the question was, would I have known he was there before the
you would
darkness
have
was
so
cast?
you would have known that there was guys back here on the end of the dock, but when they ran up, you saw this guy obviously hold his 2 swords up to these two. and this guy was further back on the dock. That's as much as you knew, because after the circle was engulfed them in darkness, this guy moved up. So all you know is there is one more guy somewhere back on the dock, but you don't know where he is. Yeah, you did hear him. Okay. You did hear him yell, "I got this." You heard the thwang of the crossbow bolt leaving the crossbow, and then you heard an exclamation of pain from somewhere inside the sphere of darkness, but you don't know who got hit, how badly they're hit. You don't know any of that. Merrick's the only one who has any information right now. What's going on?
Gotcha. Well, first off, slightly PO'd. I'm gonna take the hand axe that I tried swinging at the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, what is the range of a hand axe? 20 to 60? All right. 25. Perfect.
You can move and get within your range of 20. So
is this thing...
Because the thing is, it's 20 to 60 means anything over 20 is disadvantage.
Oh. Is this thing in my way?
No. It's not a crate. It's a...
So...
Actually, no, I take it back. You can move here at 5, or you can move over here, like go around the corner essentially, but you can't stand.
I was gonna say,
yeah, you could
right
climb up
here.
on top of, but yeah, if you want to stand there, you can. Yeah, that's fine.
And I would still have good line of sight of
yeah,
him.
Yeah, because that thing in front of you is about maybe waist height.
So sidestep, getting a little angry, not raging, but getting a little angry.
Okay. A mini rage.
And I throw the hand axe at him.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and roll. You don't have advantage on this. So you're gonna have whatever it is for an attack.
It's not advantage, but I don't have disadvantage either. Because this is a thrown.
Okay. As long as there's a throw thing to it, just go ahead and you roll for attack and see if you hit him.
Dirty 20.
Oh yeah, you hit him. So you throw the hand axe and go ahead and roll for damage. Okay.
6.
How do you want to do this?
This man just slashed me in the chest, dodged the axe, and then dashed away. I sidestep and immediately toss the axe, and it smacks him right in the back of the head.
So
flat face down.
I love it. So this guy's running away, and basically he's essentially like mid-running, right? Like he's trying to run away and keep going, and Basil's not having any of it. He sidesteps, and you just see him just perfectly chuck this axe. I mean, it goes perfectly right in the back of the head, and you just see this guy's arms flail up, drops the sword, and he falls knees to torso to face, just right on his face, and axe perfectly embedded in the back of his skull, and he is dead.
Note to self, don't piss off Axeman.
No words still.
I just realized,
because
oh my gosh.
Reasons.
Sorry, I just realized I wasn't giving you guys right. I'm like, this music's too quiet. Wait, what's going on? So hold on, let me fix that.
All right. On that then, I still have probably some movement, or would that sidestep have been my movement?
You still have movement left. Sorry for like the abrupt music, by the way, chat and players. I was like, wait a minute, why is it so quiet?
I'll go ahead and take the remaining bit of my movement to get up to the edge of darkness.
Okay, so go ahead and move. You were going to go.
And then I've used movement. I've used my action to attack. I don't have anything to do. I don't think. I have a dagger in my left hand, and that's it. That does not mean I am not a threat.
No, yeah, you're clearly not. Clearly still a threat. Okay, so Basil's done with his turn. Dax, you're up finally. We're back around to Dax.
Can I still see this guy, or is he out of my view now?
This guy is basically out of your view now because he is on his butt, tucked in with between some boxes, so you can't really see him anymore.
Okay.
From that range.
So instead, Dax is going to change her focus, and she's going to focus on this guy. And she does basically the same thing, following the same movement. She peeks up, knocks an arrow, and shoots it through the pane of glass.
Okay, and you're shooting at this guy?
Yeah, this guy.
Go ahead and roll for attack with your bow.
Yep.
And at this point, you guys kind of know their AC, so you should know if they hit or not. Jeez Louise. So this guy comes running down, and he's mid-run. You let an arrow go, and it obviously is going to hit. Go ahead and roll for damage. Let's see if you drop this guy in a single hit. I mean, honestly, you rolled stupid good that first time, so. Wow, okay. So this guy comes running in, and do me a... This is just a regular bow, right? Like, this is a regular bow and arrow. This isn't a crossbow.
This is a short bow.
It's a short bow. Okay. Jeez. Okay, so this guy comes running in, arrow right center mass, right into the middle of his torso. And he takes it, and he's trying to hold it, and he kind of slumps back. Like, it stops him mid-run, and he kind of slumps back and falls against this this overturned mast, and he is looking like that put him on death's doorstep, and he is right up against that thing, and it just, blood starts to seep out of the wound, and he is just and that's he's there now.
Okay. After the bow hits him and he falls, Dax Dax utilizes Wails from the Grave and does 2d6 necrotic damage to the guy that's behind the barrels.
Guy, okay.
1d6.
Okay, so explain to me this attack. Hold on, let me pull up your sheet so I can.
So Wails from the Grave is immediately after you deal sneak attack damage to a creature on your turn. You can target a second creature with that. You can that. Hold on. Would I still be able to see him?
Mm-mm.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, when he slunked back around because of his stature currently, you wouldn't be able to have visual contact on him.
Okay, well then I'll target this one instead.
This guy? Okay.
But anyways, you can target a second creature that you can see within 30 feet of the first creature, and it takes 1d6 necrotic damage.
Okay, so does he have to roll anything, or is it just you just roll a straight 1d6?
Just roll straight 1d6.
Okay, go ahead and I'll let you roll that since you're doing the attacks. Go ahead and roll 1d6 and tell me what the result is. Okay, so 5. Nice. So the other guy comes running in, and so it's Wails from the Grave, so I assume it's some sort of cacophony of sounds in his head that he hears?
Yeah.
Okay, so he comes running in, and all of a sudden you just see him grab his ears and start yelling in agony as in his head he is just hearing these deathly these deathly howls and screams and all these dead people just swarming into his mind, and he kind of bends over, keels over, but he doesn't drop to his knees, but he just starts yelling as blood starts to trickle out his ears a little bit, and he looks like it did a pretty good number on him. All right, Dax, is that it? You got anything else you want to do?
Just ducking back down.
Ducking back down? Okay. All right. So we are now on to the baddie over here. So he is currently inside the big sphere of darkness and has a small crossbow bolt stuck in his back. And so he, being unable to see, he knows where he got hit from, and he knows which direction he was originally facing. So he's going to go ahead and take a step forward. And he's doing so cautiously as he takes a step forward, and he's kind of holding his sword out in front of him. And as he does so, it makes contact with something, and he realizes that it's soft, and he realizes he's found something in front of him. And he's going to go ahead and reach out with his other hand. He puts his dagger away with his bonus action, and he goes and tries to grab the person in front of him, which he believes is the person he's looking for. So we're going to go ahead and do... let's see, what would that be? Would that be grapple? Yeah, that'd be grapple.
It'd be athletics versus the target's athletics or acrobatics.
Okay, well, unfortunately, I don't have a stat sheet for Keeg, so we're gonna make this up.
Athletics is strength, acrobatics is dex.
Okay, we're just gonna do it this way. I'm just gonna make it easy on myself. I'm just gonna do a contested D20 roll, just because I don't have a stat sheet for Keeg. So.
Keeg has the D6 he can use on this.
Cool, perfect, thank you.
And since it's darkness, I don't know if you want to.
Perfect. So basically, you guys can't see this except for Merrick. Merrick, what you see is which to you looks odd because obviously the darkness doesn't affect you, but you see this very lavishly, more lavishly dressed baddie with a cutlass in his hand reach Keeg. And he reaches out with his left hand to grab him. And as he does, Keeg recognizes he's been touched by the sword, and he backs up, and the guy swipes his hand and misses. And Keeg is actually able to completely get away from him, but he can't see him now. So Keeg's backed up, The other guy can't see him, and he was able to avoid being grappled. That's how we'll play it out. That'll make my life easier. Okay. He is then going to use the rest of his movement to... Well, he's not going to try to grapple again. So he basically starts kind of staggering around. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. What is his perception? Okay, so we're going to do... Okay, yeah, so he's not doing great. So he wants to go this way, and he accidentally goes this way. And he basically walks, and then he bumps into the edge of the wall, realizes where he's at, and he turns right. He's confused. So that's the end of his turn.
Bad guy hurt himself in confusion.
All right, Talina, your turn.
The red dot from the vicious mockery.
Oh, yes, thank you.
From him now, by the way.
Yep, thank you.
So, let me just try to do a range check. Ooh, lovely. Can I see him?
Can you see? Yes, you can easily see him because you actually are 5 feet up off the ground, so you actually have perfect line of. Yep, you have perfect line of sight on him.
Excellent. I can
On which one?
probably
'Cause-
see him react to some sort of whatever the hell the tiefling just did, right?
You would basically, yeah, you would have seen this guy. So you'd have seen this guy run and take an arrow to the chest and then slump back against the pylon here, and he's looking rough. And then you would have seen this guy running in behind him, and all of a sudden, for no reason, mid-run, he just stops, grabs his ears, starts yelling in pain and agony. And from this distance, you can see blood start to come out from underneath his hands. And he's clearly taken some sort of psychic damage. And he's looking like he's hurt.
I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers on him with
Okay.
the first level spell slot. So Talena blinks a single note, and her lips turn with a purpley energy, and she just whispers, and nobody hears her except for that guy.
Okay.
And the noise, it's similar to like a banshee scream to him.
Okay.
But all she's asking is, does this hurt?
Oh, I like that.
And it needs to pass a DC 13 Wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Okay. You said 13?
Yes.
Rolled a 17.
I feel sad.
So is that half damage or?
Hey, give me a second. On a failed save, on a successful save, the target takes half as much damage and doesn't have to move away.
Okay, so half of whatever you're rolling, which is I believe 3d6, right?
Yeah, I rolled 3d6. I rolled 3 and 3, 6 plus 4 is 10, so 5 points of damage.
5 points of damage. Okay. So you see him again, and he's still grabbing his ears, and you see him yell, and you hear this scream emit through the room again as he's just everything hurts, and he's just clenched. You can almost white knuckling the side of his head, and he drops to his knees. He is looking really rough, just screaming in agony at this mental torture.
It's moments like this I ask myself, are we the good guys?
One has to wonder, man.
As she whispers this, she just leisurely walks over to the corner to get a better view of the guy.
Okay. And is that the end of your turn?
Yes,
Okay.
I will also drop the glowy things.
The fairy fire? Okay.
Yeah.
Fairy fire is gone. Okay. And Merrick, you're up.
Question. 2 questions. Is it
Okay.
2 questions? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Question number 1. So this area, and I'm just doing with the ruler. That works. Can you see my ruler?
I can see you, yeah. Yep.
Do you consider that this, if I stepped in there, would I be hidden in the thing?
Yes, you would.
Okay, question number 2. Can I actually stand here because it curls and then there's like a ball there?
Can
or
you
whatever?
stand where? I'm sorry.
Right here in this square.
Okay, so because of basically, so if you wanted to stay on this upper deck, you could essentially stand. I mean, you would be in this square, but if you look at where that image is, you're basically on the lower left quadrant of that square, if that makes sense. You are essentially standing still on the deck up against that railing, but there is a railing between you and then a 5-foot drop and then down to where Keeg is.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're still on the deck that's kind of higher up.
Yeah, that works for me. So, Merrick will move into that space
Okay, go ahead and move yourself there.
as close as he can to be concealed entirely by the darkness.
Okay, from basically you would just be like you're on the edge of it, so you're mostly concealed. Like, Othwin would be able to see probably like one of your legs from her angle. That's about it.
Okay. And I will cast. Do I remember that correctly? Scorching Ray. Here's a fire and hurl them at targets within range. At one target or several. Okay, so I'm going to give each one ray. I'm going to aim at this dude.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to aim at this dude.
Okay.
I'm going to aim at that dude.
Okay, just do me a favor. Let's start with this guy because he's already got an arrow in his leg and looking rough.
Okay, and so I am blessed, so I get a D4, right?
I believe that's how that works. Othwin, can you remind us what blessing does? She might be AFK.
Sorry, yes. You were looking
I
for
got to pull up here. You bless up to 3 creatures of your choice within range whenever a target makes an attack roll or a saving throw before the spell ends. The target can roll a d6 and add the number rolled to the attack roll or saving throw. So yes, so you can add 1d6 to your...
D6.
Sorry, d4. I'm sorry, I read this from a distance. D4.
Okay.
My apologies.
So that we are on the level and we understand it correctly, because each ray from Scorching Ray gets its own attack roll.
That is correct.
So does
yes.
each of them get a d6?
You mean d4?
D4, yes.
Yes.
No, you're good, Dragon. No worries. So I'm gonna say yes. Each one of your rays gets a d4.
Okay, cool. So let's start with that guy. So 1d20 plus 7, which is my modifier, plus 1d4.
Okay.
Send a yo. There we go.
Yeah, that absolutely hits. So go ahead and roll the Scorching Ray damage.
The damage is 2d6 fire damage.
2d6 fire damage? Okay, so go ahead and roll 2d6.
2d6. Boink.
Okay, how do you want to do this?
Basically, I am casting a spell, and kind of the way I see it, like a line, kind of like a laser, I guess, like a line of fire forms between me and the target.
Okay.
That goes super fast and then fades almost as quickly, just red in color or orange in color.
So as you cast
it hits
this
him and
spell
sets him on fire.
and this line appears connecting you to your target, and then it glows hot with this fiery heat. And Basil, you feel this heat next to you because of it's basically going over you. Like you feel it above you as this beam of heat appears above you, and then all of a sudden the guy over here starts screaming and wailing in pain, more so than he has been, bursts into flames, and then turns into ash, and he's dead. Okay, so you have 2 more. Go ahead and it doesn't matter at this point. Go ahead and pick your target. Just tell me you roll for him. Okay, go ahead and
the one above darkness.
All right, so go ahead and roll your attack. Holy mother of pearl! Yeah, that absolutely hits.
Okay, 2d6. Boink. Good.
Why is it getting a... Oh, never mind. So, yeah, okay. So, yeah, same thing. This nobody can see this from this angle. Grigor, you can see this from your angle because you have a direct line of sight on this guy across the water there. But everybody else, you don't have a line of sight. Actually, Talina... Nope, Talina's not going to be able to see from this angle either. Barely, but she's not going to be able to see. So, yeah, Grigor, you watch as... Because from your angle, you can't see Merrick. So all of a sudden, this orange beam just appears from inside of this dark circle of blackness out of nowhere, of this orange hot light, connects to the guy on the back dock there, and just all of a sudden glows hot. He basically screams in pain as his clothes catch on fire, and he drops to his knees, and he's holding his chest. And he's like, ah! Screaming as his chest is just burning, and then the line disappears, and he's just sitting there with this big black scorch mark on his chest, and he's and yeah, he is looking really rough. All right, go ahead and let's do your last one now.
Cool, and then I'm doing it with this guy.
Okay, go ahead and roll for attack. Dude, how? Freaking how?
Why is it not a 20 is my question.
Jeez, okay. That's insane. Okay, yeah.
If only I had that one feat that makes it a crit at 19.
Yeah, that's insane. Okay, yeah, you absolutely hit him.
The dice do wish to tell a story tonight.
Yeah, amen to that, man. Okay. Okay.
Shit damage them. That's fine.
Okay. So, and then nobody can see this. So, Merrick, your beam connects you to him. He doesn't know where he's at. He looks, from your perspective, looks very perplexed and confused. And all of a sudden, the beam connects to him. It lights up and glows. He goes, ah! And it puts a smaller scorch mark on his chest. And he looks down and he kind of pats off the cinders from his chest. And it obviously it hit him, but it doesn't look like it had the near kind of effect that it had on the other two. All right. And, anything else on your turn?
At the end of this turn, here's what I'm gonna do. As a bonus action, I am going to convert a level 1 spell slot into 2 sorcerer points, so that I have those back.
Okay.
So that's literally all the actions I can do. And then, as a free action, just verbally, I'm gonna tell that dude right in front of me. Try to moderate my voice so that I'm not super loud, and that basically he's the closest, so you can hear him best.
Yeah.
I will just calmly tell him, "Stay where you are. I got you."
Okay, and you're looking at him, and he doesn't know where you are, and all of a sudden you start talking, and he starts looking up, and he's like, "By the gods, what is that?" And he has no idea where you are, but he just kind of looks around. Question regarding your darkness. How long does that last? Is that a concentration spell? Is that just there permanently?
It is a concentration spell.
Okay.
It can last up to 10 minutes or until I dispel it.
Okay. So it's going to stay there because you haven't taken any damage, so we're good. Okay, cool.
Yep.
I have a question.
Answer.
How many of these guys did he just go pew-pew blast on?
He had 3 scorching rays as part of his attack. He targeted 3, and one of them he killed.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Grigor, your turn,
you could
buddy.
only see that I did it to 1.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you were only able to see 1, and you felt that go right above your head. You heard the same exact sound 2 more times, but you couldn't see who it hit or where it went. Okay, Grigor, it's your turn, bud.
Grigor would take out one of his throwing daggers and throw it at the guy closest to him.
This guy?
Yes.
Okay, so you go ahead and roll for an attack, and you do have half cover, so you get... Okay, you don't get any sort of bonus to that, so go ahead and... but you are elevated. Hold on a second. That's a thing. Not gonna matter. Was that a nat 20? Or was that a dirty 20?
That's a dirty 20.
Okay. I was gonna say. Whoa, hang on. I thought.
Roll20 automatically colors any one red and any max roll green.
Okay, gotcha.
So
Cool.
crit will automatically be green.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, you obviously hit. So go ahead and roll for your thrown dagger attack.
I mean, I don't think it's gonna matter. He's clinging on to life.
It's not really. I just wanted to see what he rolled. Okay, so yeah. So how do you want to do this?
Take my dagger and toss it right into his head.
Okay, so he's sitting there and he's and he's like, you look at him, he's trying to pull the arrow from his chest, and then he hears something and he looks up, and as he looks up, and right between the eyes, the dagger goes right into his forehead, and you just see him go lifeless. As just his head snaps back, his arms drop down from holding the arrow, and he's now slumped against the mast with his head laying back against the mast, and then he just slumps down and falls to his side, and he's dead.
Is that 3 out of the 4 that's been killed by headshot?
He's yeah,
Yes.
basically, yeah. Hey, if you get to call your shot, man. Okay, so that's your action. You still have a bonus action and movement if you'd like. I don't think you have any bonus actions as your class currently, but you can move if you'd like.
Crouch down.
You want to crouch down? Okay, so with that, you do have, I will say you have 3/4 cover, because it is just a railing, so you did just upgrade to 3/4 cover. But
If you would like to note, I went and found actions in combat. There is a hide action.
there is a hide action, yes. Which, wait.
Yeah, that's not a bonus action. That's a full-on action.
It's a
which he
full-on
can't-
action?
which he can't do.
Yeah, rogues get to do it for bonus action at third
Okay.
level
Oh, well, he's a
with
rogue,
cunning
yeah.
action, I believe.
He's third action. He's third level.
If you have cunning action, you can hide for a bonus action.
Oh.
Do you have cunning action? Hold on, let me look.
Yes.
Okay, so then yeah,
you
so
can
you
hide,
can use a bonus
disengage,
action
or
for you to hide.
dash with
Yeah.
bonus action. Yeah.
Yep, so you can hide.
Oh, second level.
So when you take the hide action, you make a dexterity check in an attempt to hide, following the rules for hiding. If you succeed, you gain certain benefits as described in the unseen attackers and targets section later in this chapter. So I gotta go find it.
It is marked as a stealth check.
Okay, so yeah, so you do need to roll. You need to roll a stealth check for me. And why is hide not popping up for me? Hold on.
I'm gonna DM you the list that I found for all this, Neon.
Thank you. I found the reference of hide, but okay. I'll say that is a success because the only 3 that would be paying attention to you, 2 are dead and 1 is screaming in agony holding the sides of his head. So you are not, like, no one's looking at you. So you are now hidden. Why am I having difficulties finding what hidden actually means? Sorry, and now Discord's going slow.
I don't think hidden is an actual stat.
Being hidden
But
provides
it
several
provides certain things,
benefits.
more what I meant. It provides benefits. I can't find them.
Breaking one
Unseen
is like
attackers and
he gets to have advantage on attacks, assuming he doesn't show himself before the attack.
Okay, cool. So in that case, I'm gonna go ahead and put. I'll put the advantage marker on you so we remember that. But you are hidden, so I'm gonna give you a little thing for that.
There's a ninja icon-y thingy.
That's what I'm looking for. There it is. Perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. Okay, so Grigor's at the end of your turn. Okay, so Othwin, you're up, baby burb.
I definitely don't have sight on the 2 in the
No, you
circle.
can't see him or him because he's
Okay.
behind the thing. You can't see you. No, you know what? Because of your height, you can't see him either, because there's too much debris between here and there. You know he's over there, but he's on his knees right now, and you're not that tall, so you won't be able to see over all that debris.
I'm gonna move Bebabarb up
Okay.
here on top of this, whatever
Okay.
those are.
So that is how much? That's 25 feet. Okay, yeah. So that's
Yeah,
all your movement
that
to get
was
up there. Yep.
Whatever those are.
It's just
I
basically
still
some
have
crates. It's
anything.
basically a big pulley with some rope, but you're basically on the platform that it's sitting on. Yeah, it's literally a pulley with a hook and some rope.
She can't really see anything.
Yeah, from there, I mean, you can kind of see this guy, but you don't have the best line of sight on him from there.
Maybe a disadvantage if I do attacks
Yes.
on
Yeah.
him.
Yep.
So
From this angle, at least. Now, if you want, you can use an action to dash and move further, and then you'd have a better line of sight. But
fuck it, we'll do it. Dash is just another 25, right?
yes, you get to move your exact same distance, but it uses your action to move that far.
So we're gonna move hither.
Okay.
By the dead bodies.
Okay. So you're about a foot, maybe 2 feet off the ground with that crate, not that grate that you're standing on. And yeah, you're basically standing right over this guy's dead body, and then over the edge, you can see this guy slumped in amongst the crates, and he is also dead.
So I have visual on the last dude. Oh, on this
You can
side,
see
right?
him. Yeah, you can see him. He's on his knees, and he's got blood coming out of his ears, and he is screaming in agony. But he's not. But you don't see any wounds on him at all, except for the blood coming out of his ears. That guy's literally
weird.
only taken psychic damage since he walked into the scene. That's like the
I'm gonna
world's worst
guiding bolt
migraine.
him.
You're gonna. Wait, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna guiding bolt.
Okay.
Alright.
Baby boy
Ooh.
gonna try and put him out of his agony.
Baby ball didn't hit.
No, it did not hit. So yeah,
was
so
a
you
crit
guiding bolt that
failure.
goes right over this edge and into the wall.
At least it didn't hit somebody else.
Sorry, correct, Selena. Mental damage, like yeah, necrotic damage. But basically, the dude walked in, didn't take any damage, just started basically getting the life sucked out of him. Okay, so yeah,
That
guiding
is
bolt
all
failed.
I'm gonna
So
do.
that's all you're gonna do. Okay, so that ends your turn. So we're at the end of the round. We're back to the couple that are left. So this guy over here that was screaming, he takes his hands off of his ears. He's got blood coming out of his ears. When he looks up, you can see a little blood has trickled out of his nose. His eyes look bloodshot, and he looks like he is in a world of hurt. And he's got like these black bags under his eyes, and there's this like black sort of like his skin is starting to look a little blacker, and his eyes kind of trailing back off of his face from the necrotic damage. And he is just looking so rough. And he basically looks around at the chaos. He looks at the dead bodies, and you just see him shake his head, and he just gets up, and he uses every ounce of his being to just run out of here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then he's going to use the remainder of his action. 1, 2, whoa, 3, 4, 5, and then you see him dive in the water.
Huh.
Yep.
Shame.
He literally, you just see him like run off and just full on just dive, and he's gone.
We have a great habit of scaring away our enemies.
I mean, that dude's had that been rough, and he was looking like he was on death's doorstep. He was just not looking good. This guy over here, he's also not looking good. He looks like he is had like suffered 3rd-degree burns. His chest is basically just scorched black. He let's see, what is he gonna do? He is going to.
Would he have seen his buddy run off?
Yes, he absolutely saw it, but he absolutely saw his buddy just bolt. And so this guy, he basically, he's probably thinking the same thing, to be honest. Yeah, you know what? He's thinking the same thing. And he just kind of starts. Now, this guy's going to move a little bit slower because he's taking physical damage outside of just mental damage. So he's actually going to have half his speed. I'm going to give him half speed. 1, 2, whoops. Oh my gosh. 3. And then he's gonna use the rest of his action to 1, 2, and then he doesn't dive in, he falls in. He like gets to the edge and he just kind of like and kind of slumps into the water. What I am going to do, though, actually, before I make these guys disappear, hold on, I'm actually going to do something here. I got an idea. So these guys are in the water. Before they like dive and disappear, I'm going to roll a. Let's do this. Okay, there it is. Okay, so that's a 17. And that is okay. So this guy over here, this guy over here was successfully able to dive in the water and swim away. He didn't have any issues. So he is gone. This guy, as he slumps into the water, the second he hits the water, you can see he's unable to tread water. He just doesn't have the strength left in him. He flounders for a second, and then you see him start to sink beneath the water. And like the Terminator, where his hand just falls into the lava, same thing. His hand just falls in the water, and he actually does die. He's not able to hold himself. He's not able to sustain the injuries that he did and maintain like treading water. He doesn't have the energy, and he ends up drowning right there. So and he disappears. So that's all their turn. You mop the floor with them. All right, Basil, you're up.
I don't see any more enemies.
No, you don't. And the other guy that was on the end of the dock, you don't know where he went, or you don't know what happened. All you know is you heard screaming, and then you probably heard the sound of maybe footsteps, but that's the extent of it.
Well, we heard the splash of water, right?
You would have heard the splash of water. Yeah, you would have heard 2, actually. You would have heard 1, and then a couple seconds later, you would have heard another one. But Basil would have been able to see the one that dove in. He would have been able to see the one that dove off the other dock because he has line of sight on that one.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm going to, because I saw Merrick go in through this area of the darkness.
Yes, you did.
At the bare minimum.
Yep.
So I'm going to stagger step back and just what kind of hold actions can I do? Or ready actions?
Anything.
Fair enough. I'm reading.
You're good.
Neon.
Yes.
After pulling all that shit, do you think I have enough attention kind of around to see Basil not really move for any more targets and just kind of stagger back behind me?
Well, what I was going to do is I'm going to hold a help action.
Okay.
The reason I asked is because I was going to communicate with him.
Yeah,
I mean, you
do
can,
that.
you guys are
Merit
always
noticing.
free to talk to each other between turns. That's
Yeah.
not like a turn thing to
Quick
do.
blurbs.
What is that thing called again? The railing and the stuff that's below. Is it literally just a wall, or is there a name
It's a
for it
railing.
specifically?
So like
'Cause-
there's little
Railing.
wooden like basically wooden stakes that essentially hold up the railing part. So it's like a fence.
Do you wanna-
Basically, think of it that way.
Do you want to do this before I make my move?
So you moved here, and basically as you moved here, Mary's gonna notice you. He's gonna say, "Stay close to the railing. Follow along it. You'll find a civvy. Get him out."
Yeah, that's fine. That's
Cool. So slowly move forward, following the railing and reaching out to try and find someone.
Yeah, you would very quickly you would feel a person, and you'd be able to touch and feel Keeg. And he does kind of recoil a bit. He's like, don't hurt me.
Easy.
Who are
You're
you?
not a friend. More like hired by one of your friends. We should move.
Roll me a persuasion check.
God, why is my dump stat getting used the most? And why is it okay?
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. He goes, all right, and he kind of does that thing where you grab like his forearm and he grabs your forearm and he lets you pull him out of his little hidey hole there.
Okay. So, I guess holding and aiding him, moving him back along the railing.
Okay.
Because okay, so in total I've moved
You move-
5,
Yeah, 5 and then 10.
10. If we go at least another 10 into the light,
Yeah, that's
both
fine.
of us.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll follow.
So basically,
Yeah, he'll follow you.
I'll go a little further so he's back there.
Okay, so he's now right behind you.
All right.
And as he comes out, he kind of squints a bit because it was really, even though it's not bright in here at all, it was so dark in there, and he's been in it for so long that he just looks like he's in broad sunlight.
It's been like 20 seconds.
I mean,
It has been.
20
It's only
seconds in
been like
pitch
3
black
rounds.
darkness feels like forever. I've been in a really
It's
deep, dark
actually
cave.
only been like
That's
it's
fair,
only been like
fair.
3 rounds of
It's
combat.
really jarring though. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so anyways, regardless, he's now out of the darkness with you.
I
your
recall
movement.
actually.
Huh?
I recall there was a second guy. Do you see the second guy?
Is that question to Merrick?
Yes.
Do I see him from where I'm at?
Do you see
No.
the second one?
Are you referring to the second, like the bad guy that was back here?
The one that's in the water.
Oh,
The civvy.
Yeah, the
In
guy
this
the guy
case.
who immediately ran when I cast darkness and fell in the water.
you from where you're
What has he been up
standing-
to?
So he's in the water and he's just like, because he's in pitch black darkness, he is terrified and treading water right where he fell in the water. He basically blubbed back up and he's just been treading water since he fell in, which has been, I think, since whenever you cast darkness, I think it was round 2. So for the last several rounds, he's been treading water right there. And from your angle, let's see, you're 5 feet up off the dock. He's 5 feet below the dock. So it's a 10-foot height differential. He's right up against the dock. You'd probably be able to see him, probably occasionally. He doesn't look like he's drowning, but he looks like he's panicking because he can't see anything.
Okay. I'm just gonna respond with, he's fine.
Okay.
Basil will just shrug and get an overlook of what did you say his name was again?
Keeg.
Keeg. Get an overlook of Keeg, make sure he's okay.
He looks
But
perfectly
that'll
fine.
be the last of my turn. Is
Yeah.
just overlooking him to make sure.
Yeah, he looks perfectly fine. He's taken no physical attacks of any kind. He looks very scared and very confused, but he's not injured in any capacity.
Both sets of combat. Basil is leading somebody away from the combat. This is great.
All right, Dax, you are up now. Back to our little Legolas in the back corner.
Can't see anything.
From your angle, you can see Talina standing in front of you along with one of the civvies. You can see Othwin's just perched herself up on this crate over here. You watched Grigor knife a dude from distance. You can see him hiding from this distance. but you don't see any targets. Everybody looks like they are either dead or gone. You do, however, from your angle, you can see Basil bring Keeg out of the darkness. You did see him emerge.
She's going to have, because she would have known that there was this guy over here, though, right? At some point.
Yeah, you would have been able to see that he was somewhere over there. You would have watched him at some point be holding blades to the two that were there, and then when the darkness obviously showed up, he disappeared. But you would have known he was there.
Okay.
And you would have been able to see the other one on the further back dock, but he's now gone as well.
Yeah. So since she hasn't seen him yet, she's going to assume that he's still alive, and knock another arrow and be looking at the direction that she last saw him, and be ready to let go of the arrow once she sees him, but she's not gonna do anything else because she can't see anyone.
Okay, so she's just prepping an arrow but can't do anything, so she's gonna stay put? Okay, cool. All right, anything else you want to do, or is that it?
No, that's it.
Okay, so now we're on to the baddie, and he obviously hit the wall. He took a damage from behind, so he kind of has a general bearing of where he's at, and he is going to try to backstep. Let's see. Let's go ahead and can somebody check what is a survival check? What is associated with the survival check? D20 plus what?
Oh yes. Survival check is a wisdom.
Wisdom. Okay. Make sure I have the right things. Okay. So he is going to turn around, and he is going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. So he goes back to where he came from. He kind of was able to have a general bearing on where he came from after bumping into a wall, getting hit, and a whole bunch of stuff. And he emerges, recognizing he's back on the other side. And he, from his angle, surveys, and he can see 1 dead guy, 2 dead guys. Actually, I don't know if he could see...
No. That one be a little obscured.
Nope,
but...
he's not going to see him. He probably at most sees like... Nah, he doesn't see anything. But he also recognizes the guy was over here is gone. And he recognized the guy that was over here is gone. And he realizes he's more or less alone at this point. And so he also just in frustration. And instead of running away, he draws his dagger again. So he's now got a blade in each hand, and he runs full bore into this darkness. So he's you know. So let's see. I went 3 up here. Oh, it's actually right here. So it'll be 3, and then it was another 3 because he's 30. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, and then he's gonna use. Let me see here. Yeah, he's gonna use his action. He's gonna dash. He's gonna 1, 2, 3, and so he emerges on the other side, holding 2 bladed weapons, and he's now out of the darkness. And he can see that all of his minions are gone, and he looks very very unhappy. He doesn't have a bonus action, so that's gonna be his turn. So Talina, you're up.
Quick question.
Yes.
Would I, since I had an action?
Oh, that's right. You're holding your action. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Were you just holding it for an enemy to be visible?
No, I was holding it, looking for that guy specifically. Since.
Okay. So go ahead and roll me your attack. And let me actually real quick. Hold on, let me look here. Let's see.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that doesn't hit. And you're pretty high up, so that actually would be a pretty good shot. But yeah, that obviously does not hit. So you let the arrow lets loose, and it flies over towards him, and it sticks into the dock near his foot. You kind of had the angle wrong based on that distance, and thum, right into the ground. He looks at it and looks up in the direction of where it came from, and all he sees from his angle is he just sees these two. So he assumes the arrow came from one of them. Okay, and Talina, it's now your turn.
I want to yell across the room to him to throw your weapons in the water, or you will end up like your friends.
Okay, roll me an intimidation check, please.
Yeah, I was afraid you'd say that. Oh, that's a +4. That's fine.
And that goes against my...
A +4 is a 12.
You said you rolled a 12?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. He just kind of like looks around the room because he can tell it's coming from somewhere deeper, further in the room. He just kind of sneers and goes, "Or my dead body." And he just kind of like flexes and tenses his muscles, and he's got his cutlass in his right hand and his large dagger in his left. Is that your turn?
I mean, that's just a free action, right? And
Yeah. So I just wasn't sure if that's all you wanted to do, if you actually wanted to do anything.
Well, I mean, I was hoping he would just, throw his weapons away, but since he isn't, I'm gonna have to look up a vicious mockery to follow that up with.
Oh, so you're gonna cast vicious mockery?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had something about. I thought I had one that referenced dead bodies, but apparently I don't. Okay. In that case, yeah, she clinks her lyre again, and with the known purpley bluish energy from her lips goes, and she just points at him and goes, "Well, you are like a trained ape, only without the training."
Okay, and remind me again what I have to do for vicious mockery. Is it just is it contested or?
Wisdom save DC 13.
Okay. He rolled a 15. So. And so he actually so he looks back in that direction and he kind of sneers and chuckles a little bit and says, "That's actually funny." Is that a half damage for vicious mockery or nothing?
No, just no damage because
Okay.
it's a cantrip.
That's what I thought. Okay, cool. So that's your turn, I take it, correct?
Yes.
All right. Merrick, you're up, good sir.
I have a plan, Arthur.
Grigor, you're
I
up on
just
deck. So if
need
you want to start thinking about
money.
your plan?
Okay. Let's see movement wise. I want to go over the railing here.
Okay. Acrobatics check.
Do I also have to do acrobatics?
Yes, sir,
okay.
you do.
Acrobatics, I have +3. That's not terrible.
There you go.
Okay.
Let's see if you'll be the one person who doesn't faceplant tonight.
Let's find out. I don't know.
No, yeah, that's one less than both of what they rolled. So yeah, you same thing. You plant your left hand, you kick your legs up, your left foot catches, and right on the ground, taking 1 point of bludgeoning damage on your face, and you are prone.
Okay, so I have
What
to
is
roll
it? How is it the railing is your guys'
concentration
biggest
now.
threat tonight? Like,
Let's be
D&D
real.
versus inanimate objects is
it's like I'm like, oh,
It's
railing,
the
okay.
doors all over again.
It's
There's a
what?
reason I'm proficient in improvised weaponry. I use the railing as a weapon.
Dragon. What did you say? It's something all over again.
It's doors all over
It
again.
is. Our new party's problem isn't doors, it's railings. Like, you guys will have no problems with doors, it'll just be railings. All right, so you're now prone, so you can.
Remember something.
So if you want to get back up, you'll have to use half your movement to do it.
It's totally fine. I also need to do a if I took damage, I need to do concentration save on the darkness.
Yes, you do. So go ahead and roll a con save on that.
Oh, wait. Okay, so I'm trying to remove my health save now. This amount, can you please work? Okay, what was concentration save again? Because I don't remember. Does anyone remember?
Tyro.
It's a Constitution saving throw versus with a DC of either 10 or half the damage, whichever is higher.
So 10 for Constitution saving throw, which I have a +3 too, I think. I rolled a 16 in DBD Beyond.
Yeah, your Constitution is 12, so it's 16 plus 1.
No,
So
no,
you rolled
that's the total.
Wait.
That's the total. He rolled a 13
Wait.
plus 3.
Oh, you rolled a 13. Oh, okay. Wait, did he?
Yeah, so it's
Yeah, I rolled a 13
Oh,
plus
there it
3,
is.
yeah, so I
Okay,
have
yeah.
like a total of 16, so
Okay,
I beat it.
Yeah, so you beat it, so you're fine.
Darkness stays up, and I mean, hey, luckily no one was able to see that shit.
Yeah, no. All they heard was
As
Fair
far as
enough.
everyone else would know, I
like, you
landed.
heard it. Like everybody heard a very similar sounding thud because they've already heard it twice. So it sounds very familiar, but they didn't see anything. So there's no proof.
I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get here
Okay.
and
Oh, he doesn't know
chill
he's- that you're-
touch.
Well, and
He heard a thud.
he
but
did,
that's
but
all
he doesn't
knows.
know you're standing behind him because you're perfectly. You have complete cover, so I believe you get advantage on this. Well, depending on what you're doing. What are you doing?
No. I don't get any advantage because.
No, you don't. No.
Okay,
You-
so
you
I'm doing a melee attack basically.
Okay. Only rogues get sneak attack. So yeah. Okay, just go ahead and roll for attack.
Okay, so I'm gonna do it's this 1d20 plus 7 and then 1d4. 1d4 still stands, right? The bless.
I believe. How long does bless last?
A
Until
minute.
she drops it, right?
It's a minute, or I lose concentration.
We're only on turn 9, so yeah, you're good. This will
Okay.
basically
That
actually this will be the
makes
last. This will actually be the last turn that it stays up because we're on round 9. So
Okay, let's see.
But it says round 3.
I thought I said round 9.
Count 9.
Count
Oh,
9.
I'm so
Count
dumb.
them.
It's still
Yeah.
up. For guard, I was reading. Listen, guys.
fine.
Listen, guys.
It's fine.
It's okay. Once we upgrade to the new, like, play system thingy, it'll be fine.
Does a 14 hit?
14 does not hit.
Oh well.
So what were you just trying to do a melee attack?
Basically, I was trying to reach out with my hand to him, and I guess because I fell and kind of hit my head, I didn't quite get it right.
So your depth perception's a little off, and you kind of, and your hands miss him. Like he still doesn't know you're there, but you kind of miss him a little bit. You're a little short.
Yep.
All right. Anything else you want to do?
No.
Okay. Grigor, you're up. Othwin, you're on deck. Sorry, guys. I know I was supposed to be doing you're on deck or you're up next kind of stuff, and I was really bad at that, so I apologize.
It's
Oh,
okay.
we all have a turn order.
I just watched the GIF Melon posted.
It's perfect.
It is. It really is.
Man, I
Oh,
was gonna do
it's
something cool with that too.
I know all three of you guys could have had this really cool moment, and the dice were just like, "No, you're not about." You know what the stupid part was? You know what the DC was on getting over that?
I don't
It was-
wanna know,
it was a
'cause I
10.
might have to do
Hey,
it,
we still
so-
got one more.
It was a 10. Like all you guys need to do was a 10.
This is perfect. We all epically failed. It's
Epically
great.
failed. Yeah. Okay. But yeah. So Grigor, you're up, bud.
Uses a bow, stands up, notches an arrow, and fires it off at the squad leader.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your attack for your bow, and let me double check something because if you stand up, you're no longer fully in cover. And you're no longer if you stand up and attack, then you're no longer hidden, so you lose your benefits from hiding. But yeah, okay, so it's just normal attack. Go ahead and roll for attack. Does not hit. So you fire the arrow and it flies off and goes over his shoulder and disappears into the darkness, and you hear it strike something in the back. Over here somewhere. You want to move in anywhere? Or you want to stay put?
Alright, stay put.
Stay put. Okay. All right. I believe that's the end of your turn.
Yep.
Othwin, you're up, and then it'll be Basil next because the baddies are all dead.
Okay, let's see. First, we're gonna move spiritual weapon
Okay.
right here to under him.
Mighty
And
magnifying
we'll
glass
smack him.
and goes over, and as it gets close to him, he looks at it all confused. Again, from the end of the hilt of the end of the magnifying glass, it pivots and swings and strikes him in the head, and you hear the as it hits him. Go ahead and roll damage. And it just smacks him in the face, and and you see it hit his nose, and he obviously holding his blades kind of pulls up to hold his nose, and a little bit of blood trickles down from his nose. as he takes 3 points of force damage.
And then I'm gonna guiding bolt him. If I can, she can see him, right, from where she's at.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's just, I keep forgetting this thing is technically above her in the air.
It's
mast,
laying down. It's a mast that is laying flat right now. So it's next to you, but it is not like blocking you in any way.
All right, so where'd my guiding bolt go? There it is.
16 does hit.
Yay! Damage.
Okay, so he takes the hit from this magnifying glass. He recoils, and as he kind of like stands up and straightens himself, what exactly is a guiding bolt? How does that look?
It is just like a ray of light that's coming from where she's holding her symbol.
Okay, so she grabs her symbol on her chest, and all of a sudden she radiates this light, and then this bolt of light just goes and emits out of her, hits the target, hits this guy with the this soft force, but it hits him, and he kind of recoils and he takes that 9 points of radiant damage. All right, is that your turn?
Yep.
You want to move at all?
Nope.
Okay. All right, Basil, you're up. Dax, you're on deck.
Guiding bolt.
Say again.
All right. So, go ahead.
What was that,
Don't
Tyro?
forget the second half of guiding bolt. The next attack roll made against this target before the end of
Oh,
your
shit,
Oh,
yeah.
yes. Sorry. Thank you. Yep. There we go. Thank you.
I just need to read further.
Also, should we take the bless off now?
Oh wait, is it? I'm sorry. Is it next attack? I'm sorry. It's
Yeah,
the next attack I
one-
made against him.
yeah, the next attack
Yeah.
made against him before the end of Athwin's turn.
Okay. I will do. Oh, I differentiate that. I'll just do red. It's fine. Okay. All right.
I'm debating. You know what? Screw it. We got to get him away from the darkness. I'm sorry. I'm getting him away from there. So, again, tell me the name of the VIP because I completely forget
Keeg.
this. Keeg.
Yeah.
Basil will look directly at Keeg. Trade him places
Okay.
if that is a possible thing. So basically, flip-flop placement.
Technically, that's bait and switch, which is a fighter trait. So,
Okay, then
You-
never mind.
so
We
what
can
you
do
can
something
do
else.
is you can talk to him and say, "Hey, keep going this way," and then you can use your movement to go around him.
That's
essentially.
basic. That's basically what's happening.
Okay, that's
is
fine.
I would basically be like, as I'm pulling him towards the other way and turning, we're basically trading places.
Okay, that's fine.
And then I'm going to look at him directly in the eyes, go to the door, and wait for us. I let him go,
Are you trying
and I
to
turn to face.
Are you trying?
No, I'm just asking him, but Basil is starting to slowly get a little peeved at the entire situation.
Okay, so
with
then
holding him.
so then because you're giving him an instruction, now he can see you and he can see what's going on around you. If you're trying to intimidate him because he's getting peeved, roll me an intimidation check. If you're trying to ask him and persuade him, roll me a persuasion at advantage because he can see the chaos around. It's up to you how you want to play it.
I will take the persuasion because
Okay.
I'm not trying to intimidate this
Okay,
man.
so go ahead and roll persuasion at advantage because he can clearly see that what's going on. Oh, it's a good thing you got advantage.
I'm glad I got the advantage. It's not the best, but
Sure.
glad I got the
And
advantage.
he kind of raises an eyebrow at you, and he kind of, all right, and he just kind of like, so basically, that happened, and then he kind of just.
But I will
slinks this
say,
way.
as he starts to slink away, he will notice the change in Basil's face because now the rage happens.
So you're gonna go ahead and rage. All right.
I am going to go ahead and rage.
Okay.
But different to standard barbarian rages, Basil's makes him go stone cold and stoic. He is not openly enraging and bombastically making appearance.
Okay.
What will happen though is he will immediately turn to the big bad, in this case big bad, but he's just the raid boss, make his sidestep, and will use his open hand to make an unarmed strike.
Just trying to slap him.
No, I'm trying to punch him in the stomach.
But you said open hand, right?
No, well, his open hand, because the hand axe isn't there anymore, so I'm using unarmed
his free
strike,
hand.
punching
Okay.
him. His free
Wait,
hand.
sorry, I hear open hand.
Vocabulary.
I'm like, you trying to bitch slap the guy? Like,
I mean, I could.
Okay.
Because that would also move into another action I could take.
okay, so you walk up and you go to give him a gut punch. Go ahead and roll an unarmed strike on him. And you do have this at advantage because he's at because of the guiding bolt.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll.
I
again.
will go ahead and do that. I am very happy with that.
Second one hits. Go ahead and roll your unarmed strike attack, and I'm gonna go ahead and remove this whole thing.
So I'm going to double check the rage thing. So I do get +2 melee damage from strength-based weapons. Is my fist a strength-based weapon?
I would say no. I think it's not a weapon; it's an unarmed strike. But I honestly don't know.
Don't you strength your unarmed attacks anyway as a bonus to attack?
Yeah, but they're not considered weapons.
Yeah.
Unless you're like a monk.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it doesn't count
But
as a weapon.
with Tavern Brawler Strike and unarmed strikes, will do 1+ my strength modifier.
Oh.
Or it's just equal to my strength modifier.
Gotcha. Read me the.
Are you sure?
So going to the feat itself for Tavern Brawler. Your unarmed strikes use a D4 for damage. When you hit a creature with unarmed strike or an improvised weapon on your turn, you can use bonus action to attempt to grapple on the target. It does not state whether it makes my fists be a strength-based, but
it'll say with an unarmed strike or an improvised weapon.
Yeah, it would.
yes,
So I'm gonna
your
say it.
fists count.
Yeah.
Because it's an unarmed strike.
Yeah. So read me the original thing. What in regards to the strength base? What was that?
with the rage,
Mm-hmm.
you gain advantage on strength checks and saving throws, not attacks. +2 melee damage with strength weapons. Resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage. And I can't concentrate on spells while raging, but I don't need that.
So because of the way that's written, it specifically says strength-based weapons. It does and strength-based melee attacks. It doesn't melee attacks with strength-based weapons. It would say or unarmed strikes. So I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
But you
I
have
will still take.
But you still have your Tavern Brawler and all that jazz. So.
Yep. So I'm going to give him a nice good old gut punch.
Okay. So yeah, nice good gut punch. And okay, so 6 blood.
And with that, I am also using the hang on. Should I Oh yeah, when I hit a creature with as thunderous blows. When I hit a creature with a melee attack while raging, I can push that creature up to 5 feet away from you in a direction of my choice.
Okay. Where do you want to push?
So essentially, how I wish to do this,
okay,
and if it's possible,
mm-hmm.
I wish to take that gut punch, continue it up, and bring him over me.
Bring him over you?
So essentially,
well, you can't lift him.
Or
you're pushing him.
I suppose. Okay, so
yeah.
I'll push him this direction, so
okay.
he is more in line and in view.
Okay, yeah. So you gut punch him, and he recoils and steps back a few feet, 5 feet, because of how hard you hit him, and you felt the wind leave his chest when you struck him. Okay. Anything else you want to do?
It's only. I will say it's only if the creature is huge or larger do they get a strength saving throw
yes,
to not get pushed.
And he's not. He's a human, so he's medium. So
Yep. So I am now in a stoic rage.
Okay.
I just gut punched this guy.
Yep.
And
you did deal damage, so you get to hold your rage.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So you done?
I am done with this turn.
All right. Dax, you're up, and then he is next up.
So she's gonna, upon seeing him, she's gonna again knock another arrow and immediately release it towards him.
Okay, go ahead and roll for attack on that. And he's looking a little rough. He's looking like he's taking some damage. Yeah, it hits. Go ahead and roll for attack for damage. Oh, I just realized something. Hold on a second.
Oh no! Oh no.
Oh shoot! I just realized something. Okay, hold on one second, because we're gonna back up for one quick second. 'Cause I forgot something.
Okay.
We're gonna go back to your attack real quick. When you rolled your gut punch, never mind. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're gonna keep rolling.
Okay.
Because he has a thing called parry where he can add +2 to his AC for melee attacks that would hit, but your 21 still trounces it. So never mind. So he does. So that arrow flies through the air, and as he takes this gut punch and as the air leaves his chest, he stands up. And at the angle that he's at, the arrow comes and lands on his left shoulder blade and right through his leather armor, strikes him. And he's got his arrow sticking out of his back. That was a good hit. All right. Anything else you want to do, Dex?
No, she just knocks another one and gets ready to go again, basically.
Okay. So he is up. Talina, you're going to be on deck after this. So he, very pissed off, he is going to take a step forward, and because he can't see Merrick. He knows where Basil is, so he's actually going to 1, 2, 3.
Now, here's where something comes into play, and we'll figure it out when it actually happens, but I don't know how that resistance works.
What do you mean?
I'm used to resistance having a strict number of points that it resists before the damage goes through. I don't.
Resistance and vulnerability is basically half and double damage. Immunity is 0 damage.
Ah, yes.
So
Okay,
whenever
so-
you take
sorry.
damage, you divide
It
it
is
by
halved.
2 and round
Yes. Yeah.
down.
I didn't understand the question. My apologies. Yeah. So if you're resistant to something, then yeah, you take the half damage. If you're immune to it, you don't take
Oh,
damage to it.
is he going through the space of the?
He basically, to show you, he takes a step here. He climbs up on this thing and goes. He like slides underneath the magnifying glass. And now I'm moving the magnifying glass, which is what I'm trying to do.
So
and then he jumps down to get around, so he's now on the other side of you.
would that not encroach opportunity attacks?
No, because I haven't left I haven't left your reach yet. It's when you leave the reach, not when you enter it. So he entered your reach,
Okay.
and then he stayed within your reach.
You've left his.
Oh, that's
range.
true. That's true. I did leave Merrick. So Merrick, if you want to go ahead and technically it would be right here, would be where the attack of opportunity would take place.
Can you remind me if I can attack of opportunity with spells?
No, it's a melee attack only.
So I don't melee attack
Yeah.
only.
Yep.
There's a feat for that.
Yeah.
Give him a bonk.
Yeah. You have to see if you can hit him. Well, do you have a weapon in hand, or are you just unarmed right now?
No, I don't have a weapon.
Okay,
in
so it'll
hand.
be unarmed
Aw,
strike
no.
then.
You don't have to take it.
Yeah, you don't have to. You can.
I'm not
choose
going to.
You're not going
no.
to? Okay, all right. So, doggone it. Stupid magnifying glass. So he hops. The Burb's silly magnifying glass. I love it, though. So he hops down here. He turns, and with both weapons, he's going to go ahead and take a melee strike with his cutlass at Basil here. So he's going to go ahead and... All right. So it's going to be that. That is a 20.
Yes.
Okay. And then it's going to be... Ooh, I rolled a 6. Wow. So it's 1d6 plus 3, so that's 9 points of slashing damage. And then he has... Go ahead.
4 for the resistance.
Oh, because you have resistance? Okay, so all right, so you resist that. So he's going to use his multi-attack. He's going to attack again with his cutlass one more time. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, yeah, he's actually 2 more times. So he's going to attack one more time with his cutlass, and then he's going to swing at you with his dagger after that. Well, unfortunately, he rolled really poorly on that second cutlass. It was a 2. So that is correct, Tyro. Grimes, however you want to pronounce it. All right, so his second cutlass attack failed, and then he's going to swing with his dagger, which also failed. So yeah, so the first one hits, the second 2, he swipes, and you're able to dodge out of both of them, and he doesn't make contact with either one, and he looks really pissed off, and then he is going to...
He might look really pissed off, but all of a sudden Basil is just stone cold.
Yeah, and honestly,
glare.
he looks a little like a little uncomfortable with how calm you are, because he struck you and you don't really react to it. And then the second one's almost like Neo. You just kind of and dodge both of them and don't really change your facial expression. And he's like, "This is a little weird." Like in his head, like his facial expression looks a little perturbed. He is going. So let's see. It was 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, All right, he actually is going to take the risk. So he's going to go ahead and he's going to try to disengage him to run from you. So go ahead and if you want to take an attack of opportunity, go ahead and attack for it with. If you have a weapon in your hand, use that. Otherwise, if it's unarmed, go ahead and do it unarmed.
I have another plan, and I want to know before I attempt it.
Okay.
If it would work.
Okay.
I am going to take the attack, but I want to know if I do the unarmed, when I use the Tavern Brawler grapple, making an unarmed strike, would I be able to attempt the grapple if I hit?
Let me see.
Instead of letting him disengage.
Sure. Let me see here. So, because it's an unarmed strike, so that's what you're attacking with. But Tavern Brawler strike is a separate thing.
When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike or improvised weapon on your turn, you can use a bonus action to attempt to grapple the target.
So because you have to use a bonus action, I'm going to say no because it's not your turn. You're simply reacting to him leaving, and you can't use a bonus action when it's not your turn.
Copy.
Yeah, does that make sense?
I want to just make sure of that, yes.
Because I agree with your line of thinking, but because it requires a bonus action, I'm going to say that all you can do is just try to hit him, but that's all you're going to be able to do.
As he's trying to disengage, I will take my dagger.
Okay.
And, give a good downward slash towards him.
Let's see if you hit him.
12.
Does not hit.
Still stoic in the face, just downward slash, eye contact the entire time.
So he is going to use the remainder of his movement to move over to Keeg, and he reaches out, and he can't grab him because he's already used his action. But he runs up to him, and he is in the act of trying to lunge to grab Keeg. But that's the end of his turn, so he hasn't actually grabbed him yet. So Talina, you are up. Merrick, you're on deck.
I'm gonna walk back up to the middly bit there. And
Okay.
I'm just gonna double check something.
Okay.
And as she walks up, she just mumbles to herself, "Well, I asked nicely. I guess now it's time to." And she plays a couple of notes on her lyre, and these are for those who have heard her play. This is the start of her normal performance song, but it's only like the first couple of notes. As I'm gonna cast Suggestion.
Okay.
I'm gonna read it out loud, and then I'll explain what she's doing. So you suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or two, and magically influence a creature that you can see within range that can hear and understand you. Creatures that can't be charmed are immune to this effect, but I'm assuming that's not a problem. And the suggestion must be worded in such a manner as to make the course of action sound reasonable, asking the creature to stab itself, throw itself onto a spear, etc. Ends the spell. So you must make a Wisdom saving throw of DC 13.
DC 13? Okay. He rolled a 7.
Nice. So here's the best part. This is a concentration spell that can last up to 8 hours.
Holy crap. Okay.
And the suggestion I'm going to give to him is to surrender and throw away his weapons.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, he runs up. He's lunging at Keeg. Talina comes over, plays her lyre, and mutters a few words, and he just stops mid-lunge. And as he stops mid-lunge, he just kind of stands backwards a little bit, looks over at Talina, and to the best of your ability when it comes to this, is he cognizant of what's happening, or is he almost like, oh yeah, sure, okay, cool?
He must pursue the course of action that I described to the best of its ability.
Yeah, he's gonna do it, but I more mean like, does he like, is his body acting against his will, or is he like, oh yeah, cool, no problem, like his entire, like everything changes about him?
No, this is more of a, like, I've implanted this thought into his mind as if it's his thought.
Okay, cool. So he stops, he looks over at Talina, nods like yes ma'am, and then he just drops both of his swords, and then he stands at attention, like his hands go behind his back, and he stands at attention facing Talina. So he's now looking towards her. And this, like I said, this lasts up to 8 hours, and so it's now concentration on something like this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you'll have to like periodically check your concentration, right? Like it's not required on taking damage, right?
If anything like mentally straining or physically straining happens, then yes. But I'm just gonna stand there and request my allies that either they grab one of their robes, or I can take a rope from my backpack.
Okay. So yeah, he's
And
standing there at
they got
attention.
him restrained.
He's standing there at attention next to Keeg. He is no longer perceived as a threat. He's dropped his weapons. He's the only active combatant on the map. So as of right this second, it appears as if you guys have been able to subdue the situation. You guys have been able to succeed here. Keeg looks very confused. He takes a half step back up the stairs to get away from him, but he's watching. And yeah, so Talina, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep eye contact.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do.
To like maintain that concentration.
Yeah, so she is trying to keep him at bay with her spell. Merrick, you're up. Grigor, you're on deck. As of right now, there is no other enemy combatants on the map. He is the only perceived threat, but he is right now essentially docile. And for the record, from he looks pretty beaten up, but looks like he's still got some fight left in him if he was to suddenly break free.
Shit. I did not expect that.
I honestly
Let's
didn't
say
either.
so. Now I'm a bit torn about what to do.
Well, you did hear Talina request that somebody try to tie him up. She did say that before she ended her turn.
And I can see
Yes.
plenty of rope on the floor there.
Yeah, there's rope everywhere. Like, if you don't have some on you, you can easily find some somewhere in this room.
Yeah. Shit, should I just roll for it?
Completely up to you, my man.
Fuck, fine. See, do I even have movement to get there? There's one,
Oh, yeah, you
two,
could easily
three,
get to him.
4, 5.
Remember, you can move through allies if they allow it.
And don't forget,
Yeah.
this guy is still down there. He's still treading water, but he's still in pitch black darkness.
Given location.
Yeah. Can you move that dude so I can see? Is there a ladder there or no?
I would say there is not a ladder right there.
Secondary question: How much down is the water from
It's about
the
5
pier? Would
or
I be
so.
able to reach him?
You're about 5 or so feet above him, so to reach him, you'd probably have to reach very far down, have someone hold your feet or something, or you'd have to, or you'd have to jump in.
Or grab rope.
Yeah, rope is also an option.
Fuck. Okay, is there a rope near me? Can I see any, like, right near me anywhere?
Roll me an investigation check.
Roll investigation roll. I get. Can it show me what I get, please? I just like, what? I rolled and then it disappeared.
You got an 8.
You got an 8.
I got an 8. Okay, I got an 8.
You can see that there is some rope, but it's not near you. You can tell there's some down the dock over in this pile of stuff. That there's probably some over here because you can see through all this, darkness. And then obviously you can definitely see there's a huge pilot over here, but you don't see any near you immediately. You'd have to move to get to it.
Okay, so the rope that I see here, can I just move like here and grab it, right?
Yeah, if you want to move over and grab it, go for it. Yeah, but you recognize as you go to grab the rope that it's currently lashed around this wood, so you'd have to cut it free.
Oh, god damn it.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. It's just the reaction is funny.
I know. Would cutting it free be an action or a bonus action?
I would
my plan is to cut it and throw it to the guy who's in the water. Can that be done in one turn?
I'll say this. Go ahead and roll me a strength check because you're trying to cut through the rope. I'm not going to make you roll an attack or anything. But I'm going to see if you can... You have a bladed weapon on you, right? Because you were
I
unarmed
do have a
earlier.
bladed weapon on me. That is terrible, though, because I have negative strength.
So
Okay.
you do have... I'm sorry, you do have a bladed weapon on you, though?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I have an axe and I have a knife.
So taking the knife,
Dagger.
you can go. We'll say that if you can cut through this in one go, then yes, you'll be able to do this in one turn. Otherwise, it'll take you 2 turns to do this. I'll put it that way.
I rolled a 1. I rolled a 1.
You rolled a 1?
I got a 1. I'm
one?
not cutting through that shit. No, as in I got a 1 because I rolled a 2.
Okay. So yeah, you go to cut through it, and you're able to carve through a little bit of it. It's just some
I would
really
be here
thick,
to be able to try and do that.
Yeah, it's just really thick, like sailing style rope. It's just you're not getting through it with your knife in one go. So I would say, based on that, if you want to keep doing it, you'll spend the rest of your turn trying to cut through it until your next turn.
I'm doing it. Too bad I can't see this right here.
Yeah, is that 8, man? Like, I was like, well, you can see some, but none of it's going to be, like, readily handy.
All right, well, I guess I'll keep doing that.
Okay, cool. So then while Merrick's
that 1d20 that I threw was for whether or not I want to kill the guy who we now subdued.
Oh,
and unfortunately...
Really? I used to do rolls like that all the time when I played Deadlands. Okay.
Because for America, it makes sense to either finish the job because he really wants to, but also not necessary anymore. And it was a solid 50-50.
Sure. All right, Grigor, it is your turn. Othwin, you're on deck.
Grigor would hobble over to Othwin to get help for the bolt in his leg.
Okay, are you gonna run around, or are you gonna try to vault?
I'm gonna go around.
You go around. Okay, so using your movement, you'll be able to. Let's see, that's 15, 10. You'll be able to get right here. And if you want, you can use your action to dash and get up next to Othwin, or you can have her come to you since her turn is next. It's up to you.
I'll use my bonus action to get that a little bit further.
Okay, go ahead. Yep, there you go. All right, so you're up next to Othwin. And is that...
You don't mind helping me with this bolt in my leg?
Okay. And then Othwin, you obviously can respond if you want, but you'll be able to act on it. And actually, since your turn's next, Grigor, if that's all you want to do with your turn, Othwin can go right into your turn, and you can go ahead and do what you want to do.
Yeah, that's it for my turn.
Okay. So, Othwin, you're up, and then it'll be Basil on deck.
And so the arrow is in the leg?
It's in his calf. Yeah, it was the bolt from when he got hit earlier.
Alright. She's gonna try to pull it out first.
Okay. So let's go ahead and do a medicine check, or what this is really. I guess technically, well, I'll leave it to you. Medicine or strength? Your call. Because technically you're trying to pull it out of his leg, so I guess strength could be that, or if you want to be more like finessing about it, you could say it's a medicine check.
Yeah, I think she should be more finesse about it so it doesn't do more damage.
Okay. So go ahead and roll a medicine check for me then. Holy shit. Yeah. You're very easily able to slide the bolt out of his leg, and you're not able, and because of that, you don't do any additional damage. There's no additional lacerations or anything. Thank you, Smooth. With the bolt coming out of his leg, it hurts a little bit. Grigor obviously doesn't feel great having a bolt pulled out of your leg, but it doesn't feel as bad as you were as expecting. And so now he has a small little hole in his leg from the bolt, but it's out.
Trying to figure out what I have in my pack. Hold on. Because I don't want to use a spell slot if I don't actually need it yet. Because I have a plan for things. Let's see. I don't have anything to help other than magic. I was thinking I had like a cloth or something. Like just put it on there.
You could easily you could turn around and grab. You could try to tear off a swatch of that part of that sail that's wrapped around that mast and use that.
The only bad thing is she has nothing sharp to pull it.
You could try to tear it.
Unless she just.
Sir, have you seen sails? You do not simply tear a sail.
She can try.
I don't
Fair.
think, or to be fair, she could hold. She has. I have an idea. We're gonna go. We're gonna poke around this dead body real quick.
You're gonna which one?
Dead body right next to her.
Okay.
Here.
So you're gonna poke him?
We're gonna poke around and see if we can find any cloth or anything to value that could be useful for
Okay.
that type of stuff.
Roll me an investigation check.
Where is my investigation? Alright, 19.
Very good. Okay, yeah. So you see the red scarf that's tied around his neck, which you can easily undo and take off. You obviously see a couple other things on him. With that kind of a roll, along with looking for that, you do find 3 silver pieces. If you want to grab them, you also see that he's wearing a special jacket with a hood, which again, it's up to you what you want to do. But this is the stuff that you're immediately seeing on him. But you do find the target of your search. So if you want to keep searching with that roll, I'll let you do it. But if you've got what you want, you can move on.
Then it's 3 silver.
3 silver, yeah, is what you find just when you're poking around. But obviously, you also saw that red scarf, and because you rolled a 19 investigation, I'll let you. If you want to keep going, I can keep going with what you might find on him. But otherwise, if you're like, nope, I've got what I need, I can go back and help Grigor, then you're good.
Yeah, so you grab the shiny, and the scarf, and then goes back.
Okay.
And because she doesn't know how to wrap things, she just puts it on there. It grabs his hand and puts it on top of it. Hold.
So Grigor, she maneuvers it in such a way that it's on your leg, but she just puts your hand over it and gives you an instruction. It's up to you if you want to listen to her or not. But yeah. Anything else you want to do with your turn, Othman?
She will move the magnifying glass right behind, like right. I'm thinking here-ish. I think that's 20.
I'm sorry, where? Show me again.
Sorry, I was
Right-
measuring
right
to
there?
make sure it was right. Yeah, right there.
Yep. Okay.
And it's just gonna sit there.
And as it moves over next to him, he doesn't move his head from looking at Talina, but he does look over, like his eyes move over, and he sees this floating magnifying glass, and he looks a little concerned.
And that's my turn.
Okay. So that means it is now Basil. It is your turn, and Dax, you're up. Remember, at this point, there's no other perceived threats. He is the only one in here who is a perceived threat, but he is right now docile. And you did see Merrick disappear into the black sphere. Yeah.
Technically, I never ran out of it.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I did.
I guess I thought you were out of it for a time. You weren't.
I did hear tie him up and whatnot like that. So I will approach the man, finding whatever rope or other tie down implements I could on the way there. Coming off of the rage. And with a deep, heavy sigh, just almost a whisper tone to the man. You're lucky. This is over. And then I tie him up.
Okay. So in order to tie him up, he is not going to resist because he was ordered to surrender. But I do want you to go ahead and roll me a... What would that be? I guess
Tying a knot usually is probably a survival thing.
Yeah, I was thinking acrobatics, but survival makes more sense. Go ahead and roll me a survival check, and we'll see how well your knot tying is.
That looked so weirdly cocked on my screen.
So okay. So
anyway,
you
I'm struggling with this rope.
Yeah, you're
because
struggling with
he's
it,
being
and-
a little wiggly.
ultimately you end up getting what looks like a knot, and it looks like he has ropes around him on his hands, like because his hands are already behind his back, so you were able to get ropes tied around his wrists, and from your perspective it looks like he has ropes tied around him.
Because I also don't trust my own handiwork at this note, because I am a little I wouldn't say flustered, but heated from my encounter. I'm taking his weapons.
Okay, well they're on the ground, so yeah, just use the rest.
Yeah,
You
I'm
basically
taking
use the
his.
rest of your turn to
I'm
pick 'em up.
just taking his weapons, keeping them with me, and not in my rage state glare, but still glaring at him, even if he doesn't see me, because I know he's like locked eyes with Talena.
Okay, so that's the end of Basil's turn. Dax, you're up, and then it's his turn.
With him tied up, this is a hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
With him tied up, if I was to shoot an arrow, would it be a guaranteed hit?
I'm glad I wasn't the only one thinking these things.
I'm gonna say because he's tied up and he's not moving, it's not a guaranteed hit because ultimately you could still, you could still miss. I mean, just because it's a stationary target doesn't mean it's a guaranteed hit. But I will say if you really do want to shoot an arrow at him, I will give you advantage on it because he's not moving and he is tied up and he's perfectly still. So it's up to you if you want to do that. But
will it cause? I'm not sure if she would know this or not. Would she know if she shot an arrow and it hit him, for example, if it would cause him to?
If it would break the spell.
I guess break. Yeah.
Well, first things first is Tyrope. If he takes damage after being given a suggestion,
does
that
gonna say something?
Yeah, doesn't that
The spell ends if he takes damage.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, if you or any of your companions damage the target, the spell ends.
Okay, so as far as if you know that, let's go ahead, roll me an Arcana check. Let's see what she would know.
You suck at Arcana.
I didn't mean to interrupt that, by the way.
No, you're good. Okay, 14. No, I would say that even while you're not the most proficient in Arcana or the arcane abilities, you would have a pretty good inclination. You're like, he looks like he's under something. Like, obviously, she did something to him. If I attack him, I have a pretty strong inclination that he's probably going to go berserk. He's probably going to attack. So you have I'd say you're 85% sure that if you were to attack him, that he would bust loose and cause a problem.
Okay. Well, then against every fiber in Dax's being, she's not going to shoot an arrow.
Okay.
And she is going to throw her short bow over her shoulder.
Okay.
And is going to make her way finally down off the crates. And she is going to end up here. Because she's got a beat of 30.
Oh.
So we're like...
Neon's been reading.
I'm catching up. Yeah, I saw the conversation going. I see the argument that is being made.
It can swing either way. Like,
it really could, yeah.
Has he finished surrendering?
Yeah, because the act of surrendering could literally be a continuous act of I'm continuing to surrender. I'm not resisting. I'm not fighting back. But it could also be swung as, okay, I surrendered. I'm now tied up. The act of surrendering is complete because I'm now restrained. So I could see that. So I have an idea of how to play into that. So just go ahead and Dax, finish your turn. I'll handle that. I have an idea.
And then he is going to that's all she's gonna do.
Okay.
She'll redraw. Actually, she'll redraw her short bow, but that's it.
Okay. Cool. So it is now his turn. So what we're going to do is, because it's now back around to his turn, now I'm going to do this. I'm going to have him roll a... Let's see. We're going to do a... Maybe a couple things in my head here.
The original save was a wisdom, just in case.
Perfect. That'll work, because that's what I was leaning towards. It was going to be out of Constitution, but I like Wisdom better. And what was the original DC?
13.
Okay. So he's rolled a 12. So what we're going to do is we're going to state that he is still under the spell. He still believes that he needs to maintain his stance and continue to be a surrendering individual. But what we'll do is, because the act of surrendering could theoretically end at any point, every time it's his turn for right now until I decide to stop the turn order, he'll just continue doing a check to see if he is done surrendering, if that makes sense. In that case, he's not going to really do anything. He's surrendered. He is tied up. So it's going to move on to... We're gonna stay in turn order for now, because Talina, what I want you to do is... Well... Before I say that, I don't want to start violating rules, so... Where is the spell for suggestion here? Hold on. There it is.
Yeah, rules is written, it just ends when the subject finishes what it was asked to do.
Okay, so in that
or
case...
if it takes damage, or...
Yeah.
whatever is causing it.
So because we're not in combat, what we're going to do here is, because the time is going to get a little wibbly wobbly, like Doctor Who would say, go ahead and roll me whatever check you'd have to do. Well, let me think. What sort of check would you have to do to maintain concentration? Is that Constitution? Or
Constitution
is that...
save.
All right, roll me a Constitution save and see if you can maintain concentration on the suggestion. Because surrender is something that could continuously be going, I want to basically have both parties be checking to see if it would be carrying on.
I rolled a 15 total.
And the original DC was 13 for the thing, so we'll just use that. So yeah, so you're good. Cool. Okay, so yeah, you're still maintaining concentration on the spell. You obviously can do whatever else you want to do on your turn.
Now that he's restrained, how do I still hear the splashing of somebody trying to?
You can hear the sounds of somebody treading water somewhere in this direction. Yeah, from where you're at, you can't see anything, especially with the fact that it's in darkness. But even still, you can't really see the water level from that's like you can see water out here, but the water that's closest to the dock from this angle, you don't quite have a clear line of sight on.
At best, I can see this pool, but the other ones are.
Yeah. By the way, don't forget, Jesse, Merrick, you're up second. You're next.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask the two guys that aren't Mr. Grimes to just keep an eye on him, like on the surrendered guy.
Okay. You're gonna so
how
roll
they
me.
Want to interpret that
Yeah,
them.
roll me a persuasion check to see if because they're a little scared right now. So let's see if you can convince them to help.
Oh, +7 to persuasion should be.
They're
fine.
also unarmed, so they basically just have whatever tools they can pick up.
That's a 19 +7 for 26.
Then 100%, they basically go, yeah, okay, and they both walk over, and Keeg kind of is up here, kind of looking at him, but they run around and have a hammer and maybe like a screwdriver or something, basic little hand tools, and they're just kind of watching him. He's not really doing much, but they're basically standing on either side of him, and they kind of look at each other like, we don't really know what we're doing here.
And I want to ask Mr. Grimes. We were here to safeguard a object, a blueprint, a plan, however you want to call it. We were sent by an associate of yours. Purple horns, tail.
And as you say this, his face kind of changes a bit. He looks away from the leader here that's all tied up over to you, and his face contorts a little bit and goes, "Casivus sent you."
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of rolls his eyes a bit and sighs, and he walks around very slowly, but walks around the edge over here to you, and why in by the gods, why did he send you? He knows that we don't have business right now.
To safeguard the plan, blueprint, paper thing for the boat.
Safeguard, is that what he calls it? And he glances down at his, he has a satchel that you now notice is on his left side. And he glances at it and glances back at you. Did he tell you to come steal it from me, or did he actually tell you to try to keep it safe?
Yes. It wasn't specific.
Uh-huh. That's barely an answer. He kind of smirks a little. That wasn't really an answer.
I mean, he asked us to obtain it, and that you would be perhaps be able. What's the word?
In mid conversation, he crosses his arms.
We could be persuasive or sneaky about it, and well.
He glances over all the dead bodies. Yeah, sneaky looks like it ain't in your forte.
In our defense, he started it, and she points to the guy who's no longer glowing, but was at some point.
Oh no, he's gone. He fell back in the water. Like his body is gone. Like there's a small drop of blood from where it hit his forehead left on the dock. There is nothing left of that guy. He's somewhere at the bottom of the river.
Well, in that case, I'm pointing at the hole in the floor where he fell.
And then he glances over. Well, and he looks back at Talina, and he looks her up and down a bit and scratches his chin. How do I know I can trust y'all? I have a problem trusting him. He's a businessman, and at the end of the day, he's just going to do what businessmen do. I understand that. But how do I know I can trust you all?
Question from the back. I have a question from the back. Am I hearing this conversation take place, or are they kind of quiet?
They're, in normal volume. It's only 30 feet away. Yeah,
trying to be quiet.
you'd probably hear it. I mean, it's not going to sound full volume, but you'd probably hear it.
Basil would just give the statement. I knocked.
He grins a little bit.
Can we put that as a help action, please?
Yeah, he grins a little bit. And he looks back. He looks over towards you. And says, "Well, that is true." And he looks back over at Selena. All right. So you need to take me with you, or are you taking the plans from me?
How tall is this guy?
He's about 6 foot, maybe a little over 6 foot.
Pretty plentiful size.
No, he's not. He's not a gnome. He is a human. He's a pretty stocky dude. Like he clearly is very well built. He looks very strong. He has, at this point, you can get a full look of him. He's got, basic trousers tucked into these tall like work boots that go just under his knees. He's wearing like a stone bluish gray colored tunic that's not tied up at the top, so it's like that goes down to about the middle of his chest, and it's not tied up all the way, so you can see his chest hair. He's got his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He's got his hair that's is just down. It's pulled back behind his ears. It's not pulled up into a ponytail or anything, but it's very long hair, and he's got a pretty luscious beard. It's not very long. That's also got a mustache that's incorporated into it, and his beard goes all the way up to his sideburns. His hair is kind of like a dirty blonde, almost like light brown mixed with dirty blondish sort of vibe. He's a very white guy, but he's obviously looks like he's got a tan going on because he works in the sunlight a lot. So he's a good, hard working man. Like he looks like he could hold his own in a fight as well. But yeah, he asks Talina, are you wanting to take me with you, or are you just wanting to take the plans from me?
I glance over to I am so bad at names. Who's the ally that's standing next to the drowned guy?
These two?
Me?
Or Basil?
No. Basil, yeah.
Oh, Basil.
Like I glance over at Basil and then over my shoulder at Dax. I'm like, well, he didn't specify whether it was just the plans or you as well. So if you're not willing to part with it, I guess you could hand it over yourself.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Since Basil has spoken and Talina has spoken, does anybody else real quick want to chime into this conversation? Because at this point, Dax, you're 100% right there. You can hear this whole conversation. You're basically a part of it just without saying anything. Othwin is basically helping Grigor stop a bleeding leg. Merrick is out trying to saw through a piece of rope. So at this point, I would say Basil, Talina, and Dax, if you want, it's up to you. If you want to chime into this conversation, I want you three to roll me a persuasion. We're going to do a mini group persuasion check. And if we're going to do that, we're going to do...
Just say when.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't...
So let's see, we got a 18.
Solid.
27. I may have critted.
You rolled a 27?
I rolled a
Did
20 and I have a
you-
+7. Yeah,
Natural 20?
yeah, natural 20.
Okay, for the record, because it was 3 of you, I made a DC of 45. You rolled 60, so forget it. Like, yeah. So he looks you over and... Huh?
I do have something to chime in.
Yeah, go for it. Please do. Yeah, since you rolled so good.
Dax, sorry, would kind of like lean to the side a little bit, kind of like a little bit of like a sassy stance, and literally, and we'll look at him. He's like, "Well, we could take you, but that we don't know what to do with you other than maybe just sell you off after. So we'll just take the
Oh.
plans."
Okay.
No longer persuasion, my guy.
I was going to say, that just shifted from persuasion into intimidation. Hold on. Okay, so how are we get? Hold on. We got to back up here. I got to figure out how I want to do this, because the persuasion, like, you guys knocked it out of the park, and then Dax steps over, and she looks intimidating to begin with. So let's do this. So, as you guys are basically actually, so hold on. If I take out Dax's persuasion,
I was about to say, do you want them to do persuasion and I can do intimidation?
Okay, so because what you roll, it doesn't matter because you rolled a 27. So yeah, so they persuaded. Yeah. So he's taking the plans. So what he's doing is he's like, all right, well, I'll come along with you, and he flicks his arms down. And he gets ready to start walking towards the door, and then you say that, and roll me an intimidation check.
Alright, here's my intimidation with my +5, and it doesn't matter.
So he stops mid stride and kind of looks over at you, and he actually turns and kind of sizes you up. You know that kind of like you want to fight. Like he's not like asking to fight you, but he's like showing like if you really want to go, we can go, and I can clearly hold my own. And he kind of stands there and he kind of like has his hands and he puts his hands like his fists on his hips and he looks you up and down. Because how tall is Dax?
6'2".
Oh, so about the same height. Okay, so he's looking you eye to eye, and he's like, I'm not sure if I should be insulted or if I should be impressed. I'm somewhere in the middle. But then he just kind of looks you up and down, says, sounds like I'm going with y'all. And as he says that, he like leans towards Talina, but his eyes never break contact with Dax when he says that.
Before everybody leaves, Basil's noticing all the shuffling up top. I just kind of poke our captive in the back and be like, and what about this one?
Drown him.
Same question.
Dax. Without breaking a sweat, she's like, kill him.
Basil's just like, I like the thinking, but no.
If you're not going to do it, then I'll push him in.
A murderer or...
Dax doesn't think he should live after what he just pulled.
It's true.
We have a justice system for this.
So
would Merrick hear Basil last night?
Okay, so because of how far Dax is from Basil, she'd have to raise her voice. So yes, you would.
Yeah, she would yell it.
Yeah, so everybody in the room is hearing the conversation now because there's sort of a mini shouting conversation that's happening between Basil and then the three that are up on the plateau up here, the balcony. So everybody in the room is perfectly audible to be able to hear the conversation that is currently happening. If anybody wants, at this point, regardless of turn order, we're just going to be in a roleplay scenario. The turn order is going to stay put for my own thought process, but like, if you guys want to do things as you do, at this point, Merrick, you cut through the rope. At this point, Othwin and Grigor, you stop the bleeding on the leg. If anybody wants to do anything outside of turn order, please feel free to do so. Just go ahead and do like normal, be mindful of each other, of other players.
Yeah. So Dax would be yelling that, but as she's yelling it, she'd be like slowly walking towards Basil and the captive.
We're not chucking him over the edge. He might know something.
Leon.
Yes.
while they were having the whole conversation, but before they started talking about the guy, do you think I would have cut the rope by then?
Oh, yeah, you must have not heard me. I said, yeah, you cut through the rope. You've gotten that. You're basically, if you want to go ahead and throw it in the water and try to rescue the guy, go for it.
Is it literally just rope where I have to hold it, or is it still somehow tied to something there so that I can just literally throw it and leave it?
How do you want to do it? Do you want to hold it like a rope and try to hoist him up? Do you want to try to anchor
I literally
somewhere?
just want to throw it and leave it so the guy climbs out himself.
Okay, so yeah, so go ahead and do that.
So yeah, I'm gonna walk over here. I'm gonna throw the rope, basically so it lands on his head, and I'll be like, "There, rope, climb."
And you see him kind of flounder around for a bit till he finally grasps it, and he starts pulling up, and he climbs up. And as he gets to the edge, you can see like a blind guy trying to figure out where he's going, and he's feeling the dock, and he's feeling the edge, and he kind of hoists himself up onto the dock and kind of flops back. Remember, it's still complete darkness, so until you dispel this, he can't see anything. He doesn't know where he is.
Yep.
And he just kind of like is laying there looking, and you can see him looking around, trying to figure out where he's at, who helped him. Like, thank you, mysterious person in the darkness. Where am I? I'm so scared. I don't know what's going on. While that's happening, Othwin, apparently you're over here running the bodies, you said?
Totally going through all the
Okay,
pockets.
so Othwin's over here. She's loot goblin, and she is going through both of them.
She's running them pockets.
So you did roll a 19 on one of them earlier. I'll go ahead and just say that for both of them, that's perfectly fine. So you're going to go ahead and, like I said, you found 3 silver on one of them. On the other guy, you find 5 silver and 2 copper. Go ahead and note those down in your notes. You find both of them had their cutlasses, and both of them had a crossbow, mini crossbow, like hand crossbows. They both are wearing. You notice, and this is something you all would notice at this point. All of the thugs, for lack of a better word, that you guys were fighting, are all wearing more or less the same outfit. The outfit is basically comprised of various pieces of leather, straps, of tunics, of pants, boots, but all of them are wearing the same red scarf around their neck and the same more or less color differentials here and there, but same leather coat that it's not a long coat, it's a short coat, it's like a jacket, but it has a hood attached to it that it covers their entire head down to about their eye line. It's very big. It's on a small hood. It's a very big hood. And the hood is leather is attached to the coat. And beyond that, they have little, flaring and whatnot in their outfits, a little bit, variation. But the crux of it is the scarf and that jacket are consistent across all the dead bodies you can see, which there's 4 right here, and obviously you saw the other 2 earlier. But yeah, you also, so like I said, you find those weapons, you find the little bit of coin. You basically, yeah. So yeah, that's what you end up finding as at this point is a little bit of coin and that. I will state. Is anybody else running bodies while this conversation is happening, or is anybody else distracted?
Basil will basically turn to the 2 around our captive and be like, watch him.
Okay.
And move over to the one that he tossed this hand axe into.
Okay.
Take the hand axe out of his skull and take the scarf off the man.
So because this guy fell in the water, because this guy died in the water, and because one escaped over here, you only have the 3. So I'm going to make this easy for everybody because otherwise I'm going to be bad at math and it's not going to equate. So before you guys put all those notes down about money, you're going to go ahead.
Not running for anything else other than the scarf and the hand axe because I know that the jacket with the hood on this guy is going to be useless.
Okay. Give me 1 second to do some math here real quick.
Remember that one of them turned into ash?
Oh, yeah.
That was this guy.
Did they?
I think it's going to be the one right above.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was him. So that one, okay, so I take it back. Othman, thank you for reminding me. You're correct. This dude's Ash. So all you're finding there is obviously whatever was on his person that didn't burst into flame, ash. And the only thing that would have been ash would have been organic material or like the clothing and stuff, like flammable material. So any coin that was on his person would be sitting in the ash. Any weapons would be sitting in the ash, but that's it. This guy has everything, his clothes and all that jazz. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, I take that back. So as far as coin, I did my math wrong. I apologize. I wasn't paying too close attention to my original notes. On those 2 bodies there, Othwin, you find a grand total between the 2 of them. Make sure I did my math right here. Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. There we go. That's better. You find a grand total of 21 gold worth of money in between silver, copper, and gold between those 2 bodies. I apologize for getting the number wrong before. And then as far as weapons, each of them had 1 cutlass, which is a standard sword, and each of them had 1 crossbow. And then obviously bolts to accompany the crossbow. Basil, on the guy you're checking, he has everything on his person except obviously your hand axe is still embedded in his skull through the hood. So obviously the hood now has a big gaping bloody hole in it. And he has about 20-ish worth of gold on him as well between the different coin if you're looking for that. If you're just looking for the clothes, you've got him.
I was just grabbing the scarf and my hand axe.
Okay, cool. So you have the scarf, which has it's been stained with blood from the head wound, and your hand axe that you had to out of his head.
How many weapons did you say were on the body?
Each of them had 1 sword and 1 crossbow. So 2 cutlasses total and 2 crossbows if you want them. But the cutlasses are bigger than you. They're not like a massive sword, but you're not very big. So those swords are pretty big.
The question, my next question, are they shiny blades or dull blades?
They're not dull. They're sharp. They're not shiny. These things have seen...
They're not shiny?
No, they've seen battle. They've seen rust. They've seen, just grossness.
So nothing on the hilts are shiny or anything?
Not shiny for what you would perceive as shiny. They're metal. So there's, a gleam to them if the light catches them, but they are not shiny if you, like by definition of shiny.
All right, she's not claiming one, but she is going to grab one by the hilt and drag it with her. She says bigger, so she's got to drag it. The mental
images that your character gives me bring me joy. I just need you to know that. Just the little mental images I can picture of Othwin just doing things makes me great. Okay, cool.
She's just dragging it over.
So you guys hear... as she's dragging this sword across metal and wood and crates and everything along these docks.
Because she wants to run the tied up dude's pockets too.
Okay. Grigor, what are you doing over there?
Grigor would have taken his knife out of the person he killed.
Okay.
That's about it.
That's it. I did see... You said 1 crossbow, the other would have been reduced to the metal. Oh, you're talking about that, yeah. Do you want to grab any, you want to grab the crossbow or bolts or anything from them, or are you just leaving them as is?
No, we're just leaving them as is.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so Merrick, you've saved the guy. He is now up here gasping for breath because he's exhausted. Grigor, you've done that. You guys done that. Othwin's over here. Basil, you've gotten that off of him. Okay, cool. So Dax, what are you doing? What are you and Talina doing?
Dax?
Dax, hello.
Blah.
Blah.
I was trying to talk with my mic on mute. Sorry, what'd you say?
I was asking what you and Talina were doing. What are you guys doing right now? Because we have all figured out what they're
no,
all up to.
I'm walking towards this guy, basically saying that he should be killed.
Okay.
Are
you gonna try to hop that the railing like everybody else, or are you trying to go around?
No, I'm going around.
Okay, just checking because I'm having fun having you guys do acrobatics checks and failing. It's been making me laugh.
With,
Do it, I dare you.
No, and then with Basil saying, well, you might have information, Dax would respond, well, I have a great way to get information out of him then.
Ooh, okay. All right. So where is Dax right now?
She's probably halfway between
because basically for you to go around, you would have had to go
railing.
Yeah, along railing and the staircase over here.
Okay. I thought this was.
No, I honestly I thought the same thing when I picked this map, and it wasn't until Jesse pointed out at the start of this encounter, and I realized that's a railing. So I was like, oh, you guys have to go around. So.
Yeah, this is wall.
Yep.
Okay. Dax, what's my acrobatics at? Dax will jump it.
Oh, here we go.
Do it.
Okay.
Can we have a success?
Let's see. Can she do it?
At this point, we're out of combat.
I mean,
so
Dax carried you guys for the first half of this encounter. Let's just be honest.
Look,
so if
Overwatch is an important role.
If anyone's gonna get the landing, it's gonna be Dax. I hope.
So wait, is it acrobatics?
It's acrobatics. Yep. Just roll me an acrobatics check.
I get a nat fucking 1.
You know that GIF that I posted?
Yeah.
I think that's literally her.
So, yeah. Did you see the GIF that Melon posted earlier with the kid?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, before I say that, how does she try to vault? Does she try to jump it, or does she try to do like the planting her hand and vaulting over?
planting her hand and
Okay.
vaulting over.
So then, yeah, like, so she goes, no, I have ways of getting information out of him. And she plants her hand on the railing and she throws her legs up and the first one makes it over and everyone goes, oh, cool, someone's going to make it. And no, her left foot just clips it just enough that it throws her around and she ends up falling on her back. It's not on her face, but it ends up twirling her around. She goes, right on her back. And she takes 1 point of bludgeoning damage falling back onto the ground there. And you hear the wind kind of out of her chest as she lands.
She would after falling, she would quickly get back up and continue walking.
Okay.
So she'd probably be about here, heading towards this guy, because she's determined to either kill him or get information out of him and then kill him.
Okay, where would she be? I'm sorry, I missed the ping. I was looking at the screen.
About right here, halfway between Talina and halfway between the guy they've captured.
There you go. I'll put you right there. I have magic. Cool. Okay, so she's right there. Basil, you would have seen her. You would have heard the thud if you didn't see her vault over when she's saying that she's going to go towards the guy. Talina, same thing. You would have seen her just go over this railing. Does anyone want to interact, stop, or anything? Or is Dax going to be able to just walk all the way up to the guy?
Can we at least take him to the top rail? I don't want you throwing him over the edge prematurely.
What do you mean by the top rail?
Where you just came from and face planted off of?
No. I'm not going to drop him prematurely, and if he does, worst case scenario, I just jump in and grab him.
Remind you guys, the water's only 5 feet off where you guys are at. It's not exactly like it's a long fall.
Yeah.
But how deep? That's the question.
Well, and
he's
also,
tied.
And he's tied up, exactly. Now
Well,
remember
is he?
also, if he takes damage, the spell drops.
So, what I'm thinking of, I don't think this is the place to be interrogating him.
Key kind of leans over. To be honest, it's probably not the worst.
You're not helping.
He's
Talina.
shrugs.
Well, if we're not interrogating him, we're not dragging him back with us. So either interrogate him here or he's dying. And Dax says it in a rather firm voice, like, these are the two options for me.
And Basil, as stoically as possible, will just turn and ask Talina, can you ask him any questions or get him to talk with what you're doing?
I mean, he's got free will to a point.
Works with me. Who wants to ask the questions?
I've got a
Basil's
question.
still- Basil's
I've
still just a little peeved.
I've got a question for you, Dax says as she kind of gets closer to him. And as she gets closer to him, she pushes this guy out of the way. Because he's facing, like, towards the doors, right?
He was facing. He's looking at Talina. Yes.
Okay. So, yeah. So she would push this guy out of the way just so that she can kind of look at him in the eyes. Even though he might not look at her. Who sent you?
Okay, so Tyro, the suggestion is only to him surrendering, correct? There was no reference to him
yeah. The exact command was surrender and drop your weapons.
Okay, so he looks at Dax and he is not looking upset. He's not looking like he's going to cause a problem, but he just says, "I'm not telling you that."
To that, Dax immediately grabs her dagger and holds it up to his neck. Are you
Go
sure
ahead.
about that?
Go ahead and roll me intimidation check. And it's going to be a straight roll because it would be an advantage with the weapon, but it's a disadvantage because this dude is pretty firm, so it's a straight roll.
What is up with my intimidations tonight?
Oh, man. He kind of winces a bit as the blade touches his skin, and maybe there's a bit of a little trickle of blood from the edge of the blade, and he has his neck kind of craned back a little bit, his chin's up high.
She would be careful not to actually harm him so he doesn't snap out of the spell.
That's fair. And the little trickle of like a little tiny nick is not like a one-pointed. It's not that bad. It's just a blade being up against someone's neck. You know what I mean? And he kind of leans back a bit and says, You're gonna have to do better than that. I'm much more scared of who I work for than I am of you.
She kind of tilts her head to the side, almost in curiosity, kind of like how a dog gets curious. She kind of tilts her head to the side. Is that so?
And he just kind of like, he doesn't really respond. He more kind of humps.
As this is going on, Basil will approach from behind the dude and requesting Athwin scooch to the side, non-verbally, just kind of scoot, waving his hand, asking her, would Athwin abide by that and scooch to the side so Basil can get right behind this man?
No. She doesn't understand the shoe.
Now using
well,
his
remember
words.
though, she's considered a small creature, so if I'm not mistaken, small and medium can occupy the same space because she would stand under your legs.
I don't
I
want
feel like
to...
she would be in between his legs.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
a dog
I mean,
would
we
be.
could, we could do that if that is okay.
She wouldn't mind that. She doesn't understand the shoe part.
Gotcha.
Like the hand gesture.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'm not going to step actually on the space, but essentially Basil is right behind him, grabs the back tuff of his jacket and starts hoisting him into the air with as much as I can. So I
Hoisting
will
this
roll
dude?
this. Hoisting our captive.
Okay. So he's facing away from you because he's facing Dax right now because she has a blade to his neck. So you're grabbing the back of him and just picking him up?
Yep, basically by the back of his clothing and holding him up.
He's a pretty big dude. Like, he's not massive, but he's pretty hefty. So go ahead and roll
And
me a strength.
Basil is a surprisingly strong,
Of
scrawny
course,
boy.
yep. But still, I want you to go ahead and roll me a strength check. And because you're a barbarian, I will have you roll with advantage because you are a strong boy.
Okay.
What?
I'm just looking at things and... So with this, do I click on my base stat or do I click on my... No, that's the saving throw. I don't want the saving throw.
Yeah,
I just read.
Yeah, strength check for me.
19.
Nice. Go ahead and roll one more time since your advantage will be a crit. Okay, cool.
I'll take
so
the
yeah,
19.
I mean, you very, very easily and deftly just yoink him up, and he's as far as your arms can hold him. His feet are probably a foot off the ground, maybe 2 feet, depending on how high you're holding him.
Let's just say I could toss you across the room if you don't speak.
Pal, if your friend here has a blade to me neck and that isn't doing the trick, what do you think a quick toss across the room's gonna do?
Dax at this point is holding the knife
Fair.
to...
I'll
Dax
hold
be
him over the water.
Okay. Okay, before you do that, because I heard Dax doing something, do you want
Nope,
to...
go right ahead.
Okay. I had a feeling that's what I heard, like, okay, that's cool. I just wanted to make sure. So you hold him over the water.
I'm just holding him over the water. He's still tied up, as he would be.
Yep. Okay. So, yeah, so
Dax
he's now...
Dax would still be holding the knife to his neck depending on how you're holding him, actually.
Well, so Basil's holding him from the rear. And so you're basically holding him out in front of you, facing away from you, Basil. And he is now facing, because you're standing here. If you're holding him over the water here, he is facing this direction. So Dax, if you want to hold
he's facing the water?
Kind of.
He's
more facing this way. Because if Basil is looking this direction, that means that this guy's facing this direction, if that makes sense. So he's looking kind of towards over the water.
Okay.
And Ty is typing.
Go ahead, Tyro.
Yeah, so, can I ready an action for when I sense that the spell is broken?
Oh.
It is not a concentration spell. The one I'm trying.
The one you're prepping? Okay, yeah, I was going to say that was my first question. So my second question then is, as long as Talina would be able to tell that her concentration broke and the spell is broken, and there's a reasonable assumption that would be able to happen, which for a concentration spell, yes, so that's fine. So yeah, if you want to go ahead and prep a spell or prep an action, so that as soon as you feel your concentration break, that you can do something, that's fine. I like that.
So now that I'm hoisting him over top of the water, and
I just also realized there's still a flying magnifying glass. Actually, how long does the magnifying glass stay out?
Minute, I believe.
Because at this point we're out of like combat, so turn times take longer. So I would say the magnifying glass, unless it's longer than a minute, is probably gone now.
It's a minute.
Okay, so yeah,
So you can
it's yep. Poof.
Okay. So you're holding him over the water. So never mind. I don't think Dax would be able to really hold a knife to him. But she does call over to Merrick to see if he wants to come over and give it a shot / ask a question.
And
he is on his way.
You can go ahead and move your guy over there if you
follow
want.
up. I was going to say follow up while holding him over the water. And what would your employer do to anyone that you know if you came back empty-handed?
Do me a favor, say that question again. I didn't understand it. My brain couldn't wrap my head around it.
So I'm basically giving the hypothetical question of what's his employer going to do to, say, his loved ones if he comes back empty-handed, or at this point at all.
And so he just shakes his head a few times as you're holding him from the back.
Pal, you clearly don't understand anything. I don't have loved ones.
Well, then what is he going to do to you if you come back empty-handed?
I won't come back empty-handed. I'll come back with information.
Oh no, you are going to come back empty-handed. Because either if you walk out of here, you're walking out of here without the ability to speak. And maybe without some fingers.
Ooh. Okay, roll me intimidation on that one. That one earned you an intimidation.
Let's see if I can get something better.
I believe.
Nope.
I believe.
Now, here's the question. Can I provide any assistance with my actions that I am currently performing?
Yes, go ahead and... Okay, so you can... So either you can roll at advantage, which you can either Dax, you can get another roll, or if you want to help, you can roll a d4, Basil, and add that to the 14. So it's up to you. Dax, you can either roll at advantage, or Basil, you can roll a d4 and add that result to the 14.
I will let them take the advantage roll.
Okay, so Dax, go ahead and re-roll.
That is a terrible choice, but okay.
No, math adds up.
So it was not a terrible roll because I put a 15 DC on it, so it actually worked out really well. So it actually worked to your benefit. Barely worked to your benefit. Okay, so yeah, so you see a couple beads of sweat start to roll down his brow, and you realize, oh shoot, if they take my ability to like, you can almost hear this audibly as you can see the gears turn, and as he starts to process, wait a minute, if I can't give information and I come back empty-handed, he's gonna kill me. Oh no. And so you kind of see, like, the look on his face almost speaks volumes as he sits there and processes stuff.
Put me down.
Basil,
and why should I?
Okay, yeah.
If you want information, put me on the damn floor. I'm not gonna give you information hung up like a side of beef.
Slowly bring him back over, and I'll set him just off of the water. Still kind of holding the scrunch of his shirt for a moment. Or his clothing, I should say.
All good. So yeah, you're still holding him. You see him kind of settle himself as he stands on the grate. He looks down at the ground and sighs a bit. Like,
do you know who we are? I'll start there.
And he looks up as he says that, he's looking up at Basil, and then he looks.
I'm gonna.
Also,
can I
real
take
real
a check
fast.
for that?
real fast before that. Othman, I recognize that you're standing here this whole time, and you weren't involved in that. What is she doing this whole time? Because I know she's holding a very big sword.
Oh yeah, she is.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, she is.
Is she holding
She's
this
gonna
up, like,
notice.
pointing at him? Or is she just, like, still holding it on the ground?
Well, she's gonna notice everyone trying to be scary toward this one dude.
Is she trying to hold the sword up at him?
So she's going to try to walk a little bit between the two.
Uh-huh.
I'll move. There you go.
She's gonna try, and she's going to put the tip of the sword on his foot. Not put pressure on it,
Just like,
let it there.
like just set it there. And
Try to look as scary as she can with this giant sword.
okay, as that's happening, Merrick, have you moved closer at this point? Because I mean, this whole conversation, you could have easily been walking over here. I just want to make sure that you're not just standing somewhere.
Fellas, I'm not going to interrupt people while they're doing things, but
No, you're good. I'm just making sure everybody's included here, making sure everybody's things are moving.
well, any threats I could have made are long gone. So at this
Okay.
point,
Do me a favor.
the
can
guy who
always-
was asking
you
for
can-
my help, I'm just leaving him. I'm not responding to him. I don't give a fuck about it. I
Okay.
got him out of the water.
Okay.
And that's it. And basically, as I'm just walking out of here, I am also dispelling the darkness so people can see now.
Perfect. So this guy now goes, ah! And realizes where he's at, and he's coughing up water, and he's laying on his back, staring up, and then he stands up and looks very perplexed. As that's happening, real quick, just as a general note, because we're in Discord and I can't physically see you guys, if you guys want to speak up, please feel free to like, hey, can I say, like, please say something, because I'm trying to make sure everyone gets like some time in on things, but because I can't physically see you guys and see if you guys are stepping away for a second, or if you guys have, like, I can't read your body language, please speak up. I don't want to like have people not get to do something that they want to do because I'm not aware of what you're wanting to say. So, yeah, just as a mental note. But that being said, Grigor, I see you over near one of the dead bodies. What are you doing?
Checking the body for any other form of identification.
Okay, you wouldn't find any. I'll say this. Well, first, go ahead and roll me an investigation check. Let's see what you can find. I still love that gif.
It's a great gift.
The one with the gun is by far the best gif ever. Okay, and 12. All right. Okay. So you find you find the coin that Basil did not grab earlier, which is about 20 worth of coin between gold, silver, and copper. So it's worth about 20 gold. You find the scarf is already gone because Basil grabbed it. He's still wearing his hood, but it's got a huge gaping slash in it from on his head. It's like embedded into part of his skull from where the axe hit. And then you find his weapons, and that's about it. You don't find there's nothing else on him. There's no form of identification. There's no papers. There's no real nothing on him outside of those loose items.
There's no tattoos, nothing like that.
I mean, if you want to start stripping his clothes off, because again, how these guys are dressed is they have their coats and everything, but then on their arms they have these leather straps that wrap around their arms repeatedly up to about the elbow that create sort of a leather wrapped gauntlet. So if you want to start like disrobing the guy to try to look underneath him to see if there's any sort of markings, wounds, or tattoos, you can do that, but it's going to be a lot longer than just a simple investigation check. That's up to you, Grigor, if you want to do that.
Yeah, Grigor wouldn't go that far.
Okay. Starts stripping the guy right there with a gaping wound in the back of his head. Okay, cool. So, Talina, what are you doing at this point? Obviously, you've prepped a spell of some kind.
They stepped away.
Oh, he did. Okay, cool. Okay, so then back to Othman. Othman, you've put the sword on his foot.
Yes.
Okay.
She's gonna look as scary and intimidating as she can be.
Okay, roll me an intimidation with disadvantage only because it's Othman. Because Othman is as adorable as you can get. Oh my gosh.
And,
There it is. So,
and
go ahead.
tightrope's back also.
Okay, welcome back, Ty. I was asking right before you got back. I was saying, just checking. So this is going on. What is Talina doing? I know that she saw this happening and she's prepped a spell. What is she doing? Is she just kind of sit up here watching and waiting, or is she doing anything else?
Yeah, she's mostly maintaining focus and, getting ready to intervene should the spell drop. And also, like, only paying, like, at most a quarter attention to the guy next to her. Because I'm sure he has questions, or wants to get a move on, and that's.
You would tell from his body language he's invested in what's going on because he's just as confused as to what's going on or where these guys came from. Not confused, but he's more curious as to where these guys came from as well. But obviously, you guys seem to have this pretty well in hand, so he's more or less watching at this point, trying to see if he can get answers just by being present.
I see. So he's much more relaxed than I thought.
He's relaxed. He's relaxed. Just he's got his arms crossed. He's kind of standing there watching the situation. He's kind of got a squint of like, I want to know where this guy's going with this too.
Spectator sports.
In that case,
Yeah,
you probably step forward and just lean on the rail.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
like one hand, like her left arm is completely on the rail, and her right hand is just the shoulder with her hand up, like ready to snap her fingers and then make the spell go.
Okay. Sounds good.
She's not gonna try and vault too.
So if we're back to the interrogation,
Oh wait,
I'm just asking because I want to make sure.
Also, real quick, Othwin, if you want to maintain a blessing on these guys, these three, you at this point, based on how much stuff's been going on, you definitely need to run me a concentration check. Otherwise, you can just let it dispel, and the blessing will drop.
It only lasts a minute.
Never mind. It's gone. It's long gone.
Yeah,
I didn't realize it was a I thought it was just purely like.
No, it's concentration up to a minute.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they're not all that long.
I didn't think so. I just realized that it was still up. So you guys, I'm gonna also remove your. There you go. Okay, cool. So the only one holding concentration right now is that, and then I guess technically, unless I'm mistaken, does Bardic Inspiration drop at any point?
A minute as well, but
Okay.
I thought he used it getting away from the guy.
Oh yeah, he did. You're right. I forgot I did use it. Okay, cool. All right, I'm just making sure. Little housekeeping. Okay, cool. So yeah. Anyways, carry on.
As the interrogation went, the last question was, "Do you know who we are?" Right?
Yeah, he asked. He says, "Do you even know who we are?"
Can I take a check to see if I recognize any of this stuff or any thing about them?
Jesse asked the question in chat earlier, and the answer is if you guys want to run a history check, you guys, anyone who wants to try to deduce who these guys are, needs to roll me a history check.
Okay, I'm doing it at this point because he has asked, and I'm trying to rack my brain.
Yeah. Now, Othwin, I'll say for you, if you're going to run a history check, actually, Othwin and Dax both, you guys would have it at a disadvantage because you are very new to this area, and you also do not come from this land.
No, Dax would have no clue, so she wouldn't even try. Instead, she would actually be looking at. She would have turned her attention to.
We're not going to talk about it.
She would have turned her attention. She would have turned her attention to Merrick to answer it.
Okay. Yeah,
We're
Basil,
not gonna
you
talk
have
about it.
you have absolutely no idea who these guys are. You've never heard of them, never seen them. You have no idea.
My response is just, "Am I supposed to?"
And he kind of
Clearly not.
He looks down at the little burb who just looks, I assume, completely confused.
Oh, she doesn't care. She's focused, trying to hold the sword first of all.
Is she trying to really trying to look intimidating?
You know how owls get when they all get angry? They
Yes.
poof up.
Yes.
That's what she looks like, trying to hold
And
a sword.
he just looks down at her and just has a raised eyebrow, what is happening? He looks over at Dax and you said Dax is kind of looking over towards Merrick.
Yeah, she's like completely looking over at Merrick for an answer to that because she has no clue.
And then by him noticing that, he looks over towards Merrick. And then Merrick, do you want to roll a history check for that, or?
I already rolled. I got an 8.
You got an 8. Okay. So with an 8, you're not really sure. Like, it looks vaguely familiar. Like, it's almost like it scratches some weird itch in the back of your brain. Of like, this, like, I feel like I've heard about this, or maybe I've seen them before, but you don't know who they are. You don't remember where you've seen them or heard about them. It's just kind of like it's vaguely something in the back of your head of like, I know this is a thing. I just don't know what the thing is.
Question before we continue on.
Mm-hmm.
Would the scarves or any part of their clothing or adornment carry anything that could be deemed a religious symbol?
No, there is no religious markings anywhere on these. It is a simple red piece of cloth, and it is then just the leather hood.
Copy.
Yep.
I just had to
You're
ask.
good. No, that's fine. You're good.
Basically, as a response to you looking at Merrick, He's gonna just kind of shrug. Clearly doesn't know, and then he'll take the jab at the guy that we have captive. If they were anyone of note, they would have done a better job here.
Dax would just laugh. That's all she would do, is just sit there and laugh.
Ooh, that is, I like that. Hold on. Let's go ahead and do.
Oh, Monhold got a 12 on his history check.
Oh, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I missed that. Okay, so all right, let me back up here for a second before I roll that. With a 12, you would go, okay, wait a minute. I've seen these guys around. I've seen them a few places. Sorry, I missed that. I saw your 18 or the investigation check. I'm sorry, up higher, but I missed the history one. My apologies. So yeah, he's like, wait a minute. I've seen these guys around town a couple of times. They're always in 2s and 3s or more. They're always wearing these jackets and these hoods. The hoods are almost always up. They're always wearing the red scarves. And anytime that you've seen these guys, you've never heard the name mentioned, but you've seen them operate in groups before. And anytime you've seen them, they're always doing something. They're always up to no good. They're either harassing shopkeepers, they're either doing petty thefts like stealing fruit from carts, or they're stealing from like the back of a carriage or something. They're always up to some sort of no good, and it's sometimes looks a little rough, like they'll do like, they'll like beat somebody up or something, like, basic muscular like shows of force, but you've never seen them use weapons. They always look kind of just general like thugs is essentially what you've seen, but you don't know the name. You've never heard a name referred to them as all in any form. But anyways, so you had said you'd made basically a snide remark about the group, and we're gonna go ahead and say, all right, so that's okay, and go off of that. Nice. And he hears this and he goes,
"Hey, you watch it. The low hoods know more than that and are stronger than that. And you fucking know it. You just got lucky."
And he spits on the ground.
You watch it, and you'll enter darkness, except this time forever.
And he's just sneering, and there's a little bit of spittle that's coming out of his mouth from him spitting on the ground. He looks very pissed off at the insult.
Dax is laughing
as he gets angry and rustled. I'm going to just give him a quick shake since I'm still hanging on to his shirt.
And he kind of jostles back and forth, and he snaps his vision over to you from looking at Merrick and says, "What?"
Answers.
He realized, he all of a sudden has a realization. He just spat out the name, even though it didn't really matter. He was asking you anyways.
"I work for the low hoods."
Low hoods or Lord hoods?
Low hoods. LOWHOODS, and it's all one word.
Okay.
At that name, Eric sort of just rolls his eyes.
So who hired you?
What do you mean? I didn't get hired. I was given orders.
All right. Who gave the order?
And he kind of stops for a second. He kind of glances around, like you can see his eyes darting, like he's thinking.
Basil's got that deadpan stare again, but he's not
Yeah.
enraged. It's just deadpan stare.
Yeah.
Dax at this point would be looking over at Grigor because she knows that he's been in the area, so maybe he might be able to shed a little bit more light on it after hearing at least the name.
Yeah, and you would have, Grigor, from this distance, you would have heard him say the low hoods, and you went, "That's the name." Like all of a sudden, like ding, you hear the light, like you could feel the light bulb go off in your head. That you did in fact hear. Elria once told you to be very careful of the low hoods because they are the muscle around town, and they're kind of known for harassing innocent shopkeepers and blackmailing, extortion, basic just trying to get quick cash and doing so through violent means. And all of a sudden, you feel a light bulb go off, and you would have heard all this like conversation and everything.
If Grigor wants to chime in at any point.
Yes, by all means, please.
Yeah, I know about you guys. It seems like a big job for a group like yours.
He kind of, and you see him as he was looking at Basil. He slowly looks over at Grigor.
"You gotta make big moves to put yourselves on the map, ain't you?" Doesn't matter. I was given orders from up high. I don't know who passed the orders down.
Who did you get the orders from, though?
My captain.
Who is that?
You would ask me. Please hold.
Hodling.
Yeah.
Dun-dun-dun,
Remember how I had said I realized I hadn't had some NPCs prepped? I also, to be fair, I'm going to state this openly. I was not expecting you guys to let any of these guys live, so give me a second.
I mean, don't worry. He's not going to live, but...
You're like, oh, give
we'll
it
see.
time.
He
Give it
almost
time.
didn't. That's why I rolled a d20.
Yeah.
We'll see about it.
I'll be honest, Neon.
Mm.
I'm gonna pull this at every combat I can. If there's one left standing,
No,
they're
no.
gonna get
Honestly,
suggested.
in the moment, I was hoping, like I didn't prepare for it. Like, I'll be honest, I didn't prep for it because I just didn't expect you to. But in the moment, I'm like, I kind of hope they let one of them live because it's, more exciting.
Like, they're doing things that I don't appreciate, but that don't mean they get to die. It
Exactly.
means I get to want to know.
Exactly. Let's do this. Can we take a short 5-minute break so that I can prep something real quick? Because I don't want to just sit here in quietness.
Sure, we've been sat down for a minute.
Yeah, and
by the way.
honestly, and we've been here for 4.5 hours, so I'm definitely gonna be. Actually, you know what? I got a better idea because we're 4.5 hours in. Let's do this. So this will give me more time to prep for next session, anyways. So as you ask him who hired you, he kind of looks around a bit and he starts to open his mouth, then he closes it a bit. And he pauses for a second. He's,
I can't. I've already told you more than I should, and that's not even that much, but we took an oath.
and he stands up, kind of straightening himself up a little bit. And he's just standing there. He's like, he's kind of, it looks like he's resolved himself to not say anything.
Dax, take Athwin to the side. I'm gonna have a personal chat with him.
Dax actually looks kind of sad because she wants to join in that personal talk.
The very defeated
Somebody
tiefling.
think of the children.
Dax is not the type of person to be the parental figure and look
She
after.
punted a gnome.
Yeah.
I know.
If
Elena's
Athwin
a little
was,
occupied right now.
if Athwin wasn't on their side, she probably would have done the same to Athwin.
Dax would be using Othwin as a hacky sack. Let's be honest.
I have to
Yes.
Google that term later.
What, a hacky sack?
That's a US thing.
You don't know what a hacky sack is?
It's
I
like
do
a
not.
little.
It's a
little.
like a knit thing full of beads that you smack with your foot,
Oh.
Or you throw it to people.
or you throw it if you want to do that.
Yeah,
like
Mom
a
said,
tiny-
a tiny bag.
Yeah, a tiny beanbag. Exactly. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But she would motion for Athwin to follow her. Does Athwin follow?
She does with her sword.
She's just dragging it behind her
Yeah.
as she walks. So she would bring Athwin up the stairs and towards Talina. And once she has brought Athwin towards Talina, she would leave Athwin to Talina and go back. But before she goes back, she would be like, "Stay here with Talina."
Where's the sword?
She's Athwin's dragging the
She's
sword
dragging.
behind
You
her.
hear it the entire way around. You hear
As it
across
goes
the
up,
ground.
as it goes up the staircase. Tutuk, tutuk, tutuk.
Yep.
So as you guys are doing that, and you're like, we're gonna have a private chat. Basil, do you like drag him in a direction, or do you just kind of turn him around to face you? Like, what are you doing?
I let him get to his feet and
still
walk
standing?
with me, and we're. Yep, I let him stay on his feet, and we'll walk towards this area. And I just nod at this guy to
By this point,
travel away.
this dude is over here with his buddies, and all three of them have
Okay.
basically moved up here because they recognize that they're just kind of more bystanders. So they're up on the balcony, kind of watching at this point.
So yeah, I would take him basically back over here where they originally, conversation and
Okay,
stuff
go ahead,
happened.
move where you
And I'm
want to
gonna
be, and
be
I'll move him with you.
gonna try and be out of earshot of everybody else because private conversation.
Okay, so you
to
drag
try
him.
and be a little bit more personal about
So
this.
as you drag him over, I want you to roll me a perception check, please.
And as Basil drags him
12.
over, as Basil drags him over, Dax would motion for Monhold and Merrick
Grigor.
to come, Grigor and Merrick to come closer so that they can discuss real quick while he's having their discussion.
So as you do that, real quick, Basil, you notice that he is trying to wriggle out of the bindings. He is trying to try to see if he can wriggle a hand free as you guys get over there. And
make one false move, and I will break that hand.
He stops wriggling for a second. He looks at you. As this is happening as you're walking, by the way. And in the
I'd like to see you try, scrawny man.
You're talking to the one who just lifted you over water. But that's besides the point.
So as you guys are over there in the corner, so Basil has taken him off by himself into the dark corner of the dock. He stopped him from wiggling out. He noticed it, and he stopped him from wriggling out of his bindings. Merrick, Dax, and Grigor have all banded together to discuss things privately. Othwin is under the care of Talina over at the balcony with Keeg watching on in confusion and interest. And the three workers are off by themselves. You can hear them whispering amongst each other. And at this point, the room has grown quiet. You can hear the whisperings of the different groups in different spots, and it's very clear that the attitude, the atmosphere of the room has changed, and no one's really sure what the next thing is going to happen. It's obvious that the low-hood lieutenant that's here, or the low-hood sergeant, I should say, is obviously not willing to divulge any more information. He's kind of resigned himself. You guys are looking for more information, and like I said, the room has changed, and it's unclear what's about to happen, and it's here that we're going to go ahead and we'll pick up next session. I think this is a really good stopping point, and we've already been going for 4.5 hours, so.
Battle took longer than I thought it was going to.
That's about...
Neon.
I actually expected the full session to be one full combat, having seen how the last combat went, so I'm actually happy with where we're at.
Neon.
I am too.
Yes, what's up?
I would like you to be prepared.
Okay.
With a sheet and a name for
this
sergeant.
Oh yeah, I will have everything for this guy, and obviously other things that I can get prepped because, I have obviously I have this guy as far as like a monster sheet. I don't have like a character sheet for him, but I will before next session I will have stuff prepped for how far you guys want to keep digging, because I like this. I'm so here for it. I just need to I want to flesh it out enough where I have time to give you something really to interact with, as opposed to being like, oh yeah, let me slap this together in 5 minutes.
And if you would like, I can DM you or talk directly to you about some of my potential intentions during this conversation.
Yeah, why don't you do me a favor? Yeah, why don't you both, anybody who wants to interrogate this guy, Basil, I know you were doing it, Dax, you were doing it. Anybody else who wants to interrogate him, feel free to DM me just a couple bullet points of hey, these are kind of the things I'm thinking of asking. Because I would love to give you guys more stuff to go with beyond just what I'm going to come up with. Because I love doing that. I think it's fun. Cool. Well, we're going to go ahead and stop the session there. I think that's a good stopping point.
I'll have to make myself a reminder to do that.
Yep, we will figure out a schedule for next session. But thank you guys so much for playing. Thank you for continuing to be great players and putting up with my constantly having to look things up or not sure what they are. Chat, thank you for hanging out and watching with us. I had a blast as always. I always have fun doing this with you guys. Hopefully you guys had fun too.
Always.
This was yes.
Yep.
Yes.
It's actually funny.
Even though Basil got beat up this time, but it's fine.
Well, and what's really funny,
we all did. We all took one thing of bludgeoning
You
damage.
all got beaten by the railing. The railing was your biggest enemy.
Screw that railing. All my homies hate the railing.
The person who freaking shot someone through the eye for their first kill,
right out the
gets
gate.
beaten right out of the gate. Gets beaten by a railing.
Mm-hmm. I was like, come on, if anybody's gonna land the railing, it's got to be Nope.
The worst of the railings.
Yep.
Was Daxori.
Also, following up to all those thank yous Neon's just sent out, I'm gonna just do a no reverse card. Thank you for
Yes.
hosting us.
Of course.
Of course.
On your
And all
stream,
of that.
your Discord, and more importantly, your D&D table.
Of course.
Yes.
You guys have been fantastic players from the very beginning. I love how excited you guys are every time something happens. Like, I have this cool idea. Like, you guys are just as invested as I am, and that makes it much more exciting for me to get more invested. So it's like I love it. You guys are fantastic, and I appreciate your guys' understanding and your patience for the fact that I have never done this before, and so there's a lot of learning. But like the constant encouragement from you guys and other viewers has literally kept it going, because this is daunting for people who haven't done it, especially streamed it and done all homebrew. Like Tyrope said, I'm on hard mode right now, and it's a little daunting. So, but what's really interesting is tonight's encounter that we had. This encounter, the idea of the shipwright, the boathouse, that was what spawned this whole adventure. Was like, oh, I think it'd be really. I saw this map, and I had this idea. I'm like, oh man, it'd be really cool to have these players interact with this. Well, how did I work? And it just started branching out from there, and the entire adventure started coming off of this one encounter. So I was like, yay, they're finally to the encounter that like started it all.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is usually how it goes. Is you get that one thing that just is the catalyst for everything.
Yep. Well, and what's interesting...
Yeah, Merrick, don't forget about your Duolingo.
Yep. What's really interesting, though, is... So the map... So as some of you guys may know, Chepeku or Cheyenpeku, when they do their maps, they release variants of them. So they release, like, the boathouse, and then there's, like, 12 variants of that map. And the original variant I was going to use was a daytime one that actually had a ship in dock. But because you guys chose to go at night, I was like, cool, I'm going to use the night version. And so I actually swapped and actually had to pivot and make a night version of the encounter that included them like sneaking. So I had to completely rethink the encounter because you guys wanted to go at night, and I was like, I was excited to be able to pivot and change, but the map didn't change. That was really cool. But yeah, cool. Well, thank you guys very, very much. I will let you guys go. Chat, I'll let you guys go as well, and you guys can wander off into Twitchiverse for the Friday evening. I'm gonna start winding down and see if I can find some cozy clothes and hit the bed. So thank you guys very, very much for watching. Chat, for players, thank you very much for playing. We'll figure out a next session. Remember, guys, this video will be up on YouTube and Twitch as soon as I get a chance, probably tomorrow. And the next one will be live when I'll put an announcement in Discord. So thanks, everybody. Have a good night, and we'll see you guys next time.
Good night, chat.
Good
Bye,
night, chat.
Good morning.
Our one EU player.
The one EU player. Good night. Good morning.